Everybody, hope we're doing good on a Saturday. It's just a regular old Saturday as far as I'm concerned. It can be a celebration when there's something to celebrate, you know. Anyways, I'm going to kick it off with a game from the tournament last Saturday. I haven't really been doing much. It's mostly just been trying to survive the ungodly heat up here right now. It's cooler today, but pretty much all of this week was upper 90s in temperature, and then there's actually been a decent amount of rain. So the heat index has been touching 105 pretty regularly, so with the fact that I live in a place that doesn't have regular AC in the US, which is kind of an odd exception to most places, which just do have AC as a rule of thumb, it's been pretty brutal. Like, it's walking down the street, and within like 5 minutes, you're sweating every last drop of moisture in your body out. I mean, it really feels like you're turning into a raisin in real time on occasion. It's less bad today, though, so I'm enjoying it for what it is. We've got some throwing axes in our army here. Got a couple of them. You always need some against Norska because they got lots of big monsters. Lots of weakness to fire damage, too, so nice to be able to punish the regeneration. And then there's just usually always a huge mobility core for Norska. They absolutely adore running that. Right now, we're just looking to get some shots off at the Hellforge Bellowers, and it's an amazing artillery piece. Bearman, though, holding up way too well under the pressure. Very nice unit for Norska, just super reliable infantry. ITP, crazy high HP pool. They get stronger as they fight, which, you know, very few units have any mechanics along those lines. Norska having a plethora of that with, like, their various abilities like Berserk and Rage. You know, they get a little bit of an edge on me as soon as I engage them in combat and keep them engaged in combat. We went pretty heavy infantry, to be honest, for going and playing into Norska, but I really wanted to try out some Chosen with the shields. I figured there was a chance that we would see Chimeras, and from my knowledge and experience, honestly, the Chimeras don't do too hot firing their breath attacks into really high armor value infantry. So we're trying to use the Chosen to kind of bait some of those shots out. And we get some nice throwing axe revenge here. The Marauder Horsemen, they get a little bit of value just chunking away at the Bloodshriek Chimera. And it's already down almost 800 HP. Unfortunately, though, that is the healing one. It's just got to get on the ground to pop Perfect Predator here whenever it wants to. We're just kind of shadowing it a bit, and we're continuing to poke and trade on the number 3 objective. Fish really wants to control this point, and you know, it's pretty obvious. He keeps positioning his Lord and his entire infantry corps over here, so we just want to take advantage of the fact that none of this is particularly fast. The Mammoth is pretty quick, but it's not really built to catch the Bellowers or Skulltaker, who are faster than it. The only thing I really need to worry about getting hard engaged on is the Marauders. I really don't want to lose even these cheap infantry. My goal here is to just try and drag him as far into my own deploy zone as possible to try and value trade all these infantry down quickly and efficiently. And I'm just going to use the Marauders and Chosen to try and hold this number 1 objective. My opponent's got some Kurgan Horsemen, great weapons in, but we're doing a very good job of mirroring their movements and just keeping them away from any flanks. They're not really able to get onto the side of it, my Chosen. The Marauders are pretty safe with all the Horsemen. Spawn, Chaos Knights here. We're just waiting until we're set to actually move in and try and engage on one of these other objectives. Shaman Sorcerer massively overextended. Finally, and Skulltaker just pops Slayer's Sword and Bloody Onslaught, and he just absolutely took this guy to town for a minute there. Grinding through a ton of his HP, it's 600 value on Skulltaker. And now we get to beat up on Bearman with a Marauder. Marauders with Skulltaker buffs get kind of crazy. I mean, 57 melee attack is absolutely ridiculous. They get hit by Searing Doom, but we dodge a decent amount of it, actually, and I'm just going to give them an attack order into this next Bearman that's moving in. The other one is already pretty low, so I just need to start chipping down the healthier one. We're going to keep using the Bellowers to just pummel all the other Bearmen over here. On this side of the field, we're going to use the Chosen, Spawn, Knights, and a Forsaken to go grab this number 2 objective. My opponent has Marauder Champions moving in on this side of the field. He could definitely reroute these guys up here to hold out on this number 2 objective, but it is a little bit of an awkward position all over the field for my opponent. I've got pretty good positions of strength everywhere you look. Like, yeah, the Marauders aren't really all that tough and dangerous. Certainly not for a Marauder champion, but Exalted Bloodletters can definitely put some serious pressure down on those armored infantry. They massively outtrade stuff like Champs. 2 Champs is a little tough, but we've got the throwing axes over here as well, and we get a good pick here. The Kurgan Horsemen great weapons, I think, were moved forward to get on the flank of the Marauders and charge them down quickly. I think my opponent kind of forgot about the Horsemen hiding in the trees there. He's going to pull the Kurgans back. I'm happy with the amount of value I got off them. They're very beat up right now, so I'm just going to kind of use these Forsaken to just run back as much of this stuff as possible, while I send the Bloodletters in to grind down these Champs. And Skulltaker, finally, a little farther in than I really want him. I'm going to leave him for a moment to just fight this big boy while I'm microing elsewhere. But definitely want to pull him back as soon as possible. I let my horsemen get caught here by the Champs a little bit. A little bit of a micro lapse on my part. That definitely is not ideal. But we use the Furies and the Bloodletters. And look at the fucking value on these guys, dude. They just destroyed these freaking champions. Absolutely steamrolled them in a matter of moments. They're so strong. I love Bloodletters. And it's really nice to be able to bring Exalted Bloodletters for a change. I've actually been experimenting with them a decent bit into Norska, and I've actually found that they are a pretty reliable unit. You just keep them away from the poke by shielding them from Marauders and maybe like a Chaos Warrior or a Chosen, in this case, for me. You know, the Chosen out here, though, are really just going to stand pat on the number 2 objective and kind of just be a presence. I'm not really going to be aggressive with them because they're just super slow. They're going to be a line holder, though. They got the extra cap weight. They've got the spawn that can sit on them and provide some mass. Really, really nice set of units to kind of throw in there. And just, you know, hold points. Kurgan Horseman over here trying to get Skulltaker. Very, very, very clean engage for me with a bloody onslaught and an engagement from the Hounds. The Blood Hunt into the Kurgans. And Skulltaker's just going to get away scot-free because of that. And yeah, the Hounds are probably not going to trade out their full value. They did bring down a pretty dangerous up-trading type of unit in the Kurgan Horsemen, though. And Norscan Isols are just a lot more manageable. They're not nearly as dangerous. We're also going to pop Relentless Rage here, because they'd have been crumbling by now otherwise. I just wanted to make sure that Skulltaker had plenty of time to go link up the rest of the army, and that there wasn't any Frostbite running his ass down, because the Norscan Icewolf Frostbite is really, really frustrating and annoying. It can be a big issue. Marauder Horsemen over here are running down some of my opponent's Marauder Horsemen, doing some good damage. We've got good value off on these guys so far. A few of them not really doing nearly as well, but they're chilling, they're waiting, they're looking for opportunities to jump on the opponent. And the Exalted Bloodletters are just hanging out here. They killed a few routing units, if I'm not mistaken. Some Marauder champions that got broken over here. They got a few extra kills off on them. And they've got their Hellblade active now, and they're very invigorated. Like, they're at active vigor right now, so they're not really losing that many stats, and they're looking extra juicy for a potential engagement over here. Hellforged Bellowers actually got killed over here just a minute ago by the Mammoth and the Hounds. It ran out of ammo, and it just YOLO'd into the Marauder Bearman unit, and before I could get it out. The Ice Wolves frostbit it, and then the Shaman came over and just pummeled it to death with its massive weapon strength. Definitely a big slip-up on my part. It's actually lost me the value lead because of it. It's not looking great on the value, you might think. Functionally, though, I've got more effective units on the field. He's got a bunch of really beat-up stuff over here, and I've got some unbreakable units that actually match up really well into Norscan Ice Wolves to throw in. Plus, I've got a very fresh Bloody Onslaught that I can use here. We've got it going once more, and Skulltaker in this grind with the Slayer Sword active is going to be able to punish absolutely everything in here. Although a really nice Plague of Rust goes off for my opponent. You can see Skulltaker gets the Cloak of Skulls. He's got, like, all the armor in the world, but he's down to 71 as a result of that Plague of Rust. Looking a little flimsy, and he's getting pummeled by the Marauder Horsemen. They're finally getting some really good shots off on my most important unit. If I can keep Skulltaker alive, as long as he's up, we've got a pretty good odds-on chance of holding our ground here. We give up the number 2. I just rotate the Spawn and the Chosen back over to the number 1. Because I figured my opponent might be able to use his Mobility Core and these, like, Reinforcing Marauder Champions to kind of get an edge on me over here that I wasn't really looking for. I figured that just, you know, utilizing superior cap weight on the center point would be a lot easier and safer for me. So that's what I've decided to go for. We've got more Exalted Bloodletter action down here in the pit. The Worshippers of the Crow moving in to try and take these guys on, but we've got 2 spawns, Skulltaker, Exalted Bloodletters, and a lot of killing power. We use our Marauder Horsemen to commit into his over here as they charge in, and Worshippers of the Crow run face first into a million Chaos Spawn and Bloodletters. And immediately start dropping crazy numbers of bombs. Not doing too hot. Skulltaker is pretty beat up, but he's actually regenerating a decent amount of HP. He's got a long way to go on his HP pool also. He's got all of his buffs, which is probably the most important thing. He's got immune to flanking, he's got the missile resistance, and the extra armor on top of his Phys-Res, which means any of the non-magic damage horsemen, which is really just the Riders of the Mighty Serpent. Skulltaker is at, like, peak protectiveness against those guys. I mean, anything short of throwing axes is really not getting through his armor, and that's with him being exhausted. He's losing 39 armor due to exhaustion. He's still got 116, which is pretty ridiculous. I do love Skulltaker. Sometimes you gotta run the meta stuff if you want to beat the meta factions, and I think, honestly, if you just run Skulltaker and a lot of really heavy metal stuff, and you just play very carefully around objectives, you can beat Norsca pretty easily, because they want to value trade you most of the time. They do want to scrap with you, but what you do is just deny them fights early and drag them around by the nose for a bit, and hopefully your opponent overextends somewhere, and you can just kind of value trade with them. Keep the game as even as possible, and just keep reinforcing your really heavy metal units. Like, these Chosen, they really haven't been doing a whole lot in terms of value trading, but their mere presence has kept multiple objectives safe for this entire game. And now they're just a really good meat shield to engage onto the Marauder Champions, and then we get the Spawn and the Hounds in, and those guys do the heavy lifting in terms of the value trading, and it's going really nicely for me. As a result, we've got some Furies over here, just landing them on his fresh Shaman Sorcerer who's come in. Didn't want him to be throwing his Lord up into any fights with any kind of support, so we just try to use the Furies and the Spawn and the Chosen to kind of harass him and keep him back, while we bring forward some more throwing axes. You can see I've got 2 back out onto the field here, and they're trying to hit the Bloodstreak Chimera. A little fruitlessly right now. It's definitely not been ideal. This thing has been kind of an annoyance. It's gotten 1200 value this game, but because it hasn't really had anywhere truly safe to land, it's not been nearly as oppressive as it might have been in another situation. That's going to be a dub for me. I mean, it was just a matter of playing very conservatively here. Very safe, not overextending, playing to the strengths of this build, which is unbreakable mass, heavy hitting cavalry, which is pretty much all of it. I mean, not just the knights here, but the Marauder Horsemen too. Marauder Horsemen arguably just straight up better than the Chaos Knights anyways. Like, these guys have fire damage and crazy high armor, pretty decent into Skin Wolves, but honestly, didn't really have many good targets here. I mean, they can't catch the Marauder Horsemen. They don't really want to fight Bearmen. Bearmen just have too much HP for Chaos Knights. They also can't fight the Mammoth. They can't fight the Bloodshriek Chimera. So, again, they were a little bit like the Chosen this game, just playing off of objectives, trying to control pressure, and helping me get those objectives for the late game grind. Well played by Fish, though. He was being very cagey, and he got some really good engagements against me when I was occupied elsewhere with Micro. Got the Bellowers that way. He definitely ran down a couple of Horsemen that I pushed a little too far forward. The Marauders didn't really do a whole lot, but they, you know, survived for a decent amount of time. And got a little bit of value. Definitely helped Skull Taker out as he was beating up on the Mammoth the first time around. It was just a very well-rounded performance, and the spawn were great. Chaos spawn with 1,200 value apiece here, and then the other one, which was very fresh, still got about 200, so very happy with that. You can see that the real meat and potatoes of this Norska build was the Horsemen. The Marauder Horsemen with their Javelins got really good value across the board, and the Shaman Sorcerer did pretty good too. He got 2,200 value. The Bloodshriek Chimera was pretty annoying, but we controlled his infantry very well. None of them really got any up trades. They're all down trading here, which is probably the most important thing that Khorne can do. Because Khorne wins with their infantry in engagements where enemy mobility tries to attack them. Just because you have such high melee attack values on all your units, and especially with Skull Taker supporting. You just have Skull Taker and a mobility core ride between your strong points. And really just lock it down from there. As long as your opponent doesn't hammer and anvil you with the infantry, you're all set. So that was really the game plan, and we were able to make it happen there. It was a great one. Ideas: Norska versus Tomb Kings, Skin Wolves, Armored and RR tried to flank as the Desert Catapults, Halberd Knights, and wrecked you. That sounds about right. Honestly, Tomb Kings against Norska, probably a pretty tough matchup for Norska. They've got a lot of really nice control units for what Norska really loves to do, which is just get absolutely hog wild on opponents' isolated units and run them off the field. I mean, you're undead, so they're undead, rather, the Tomb Kings, so they don't have to worry about routing. It's possible to flank overload the Tomb Kings. Honestly, what you probably want to do is something similar to what Khorne does against Tomb Kings, where you play very, very patiently off of the objectives, hide any elite infantry that you bring in behind shot blockers, trees, any kind of terrain, and just gear up for when the Tomb Kings have to move up and engage your front line. Because Tomb Kings have bad cap weight. They're not going to be trying to take the points away from you except for the very early game. The second your infantry start touching points, Skeleton Horsemen and the Horse Archers, they're all going to have to pull back and respect the space a little bit more. Just straight up YOLO diving artillery pieces very rarely works. Most people, especially in like actual proper tournaments, are gonna be very patiently waiting for those kinds of engagements. They're gonna be building up behind them, bringing in their own like Tomb Guard halberds to protect their artillery or Chosen of the Gods. They're gonna have some horsemen waiting in the wings that they're gonna just like spam out and try and overwhelm you with. Skinwolves do value trade really nicely, but they actually are not very great at value trading into way cheaper units. They actually kind of get run down by swarms of cheap mass. It's one of the things that makes Skinwolves, like, just shy of, like, an S-tier unit, I would say, where you can bring them reliably in just about every matchup. But they're not always going to be able to find, like, free and easy high-value engagements into, like, high-value targets. Especially the unarmored ones. They only have 15 armor and 28 melee defense. I mean, I don't care how strong you are with regeneration. And just having, like, really solid damage output all the way around. I mean, you get engaged on by, like, 3 skeleton horsemen and it's 1 skin wolf. The horsemen are going to win, and they're going to win pretty comfortably. Your opponent will probably lose about 500 value of horsemen to the skin wolves, but that is a trade you take every single day of the week. It's a much cheaper unit. It's one that comes out in greater quantities as well, so they can do more after they've won the fight. Trolls against Tomb Kings aren't really a good idea, because they do tend to rout, because they don't have an immunity to terror-causing effects. I do wonder, maybe, if going, like, double Cursed Etten against Tomb Kings wouldn't be a bad idea. I mean, these things are disgustingly strong. They don't have a weakness to fire damage of any kind. Not that Tomb Kings have, like, a tremendous amount of it, but they've got, like, a couple things that can hurt you. Like the Sphinx of Uskef and the Hyro Titans. Hyro Titans honestly aren't even all that bad nowadays. They're a little hard to use, and you do have to center your build around them completely, but they are fine. Really, the thing you need to worry about as Norska is the Sphinx of Uskef. This thing just absolutely demolishes any large Norscan target. I mean, Chimeras. You know, I mean, God forbid you bring a Praeton, but, you know, Praetons, Mammoths, Throg, Wolfric on his Mammoth, whatever, anything big gets absolutely slapped up by this thing, so... Cursed Ettins could actually probably do decently against it, though, because they don't take extra damage, and they've got about the same amount of, weapon strength. They could definitely put some heat on it. I think this would be a very fun build, maybe not the most uber competitive, but you, like, do double Cursed Ettin with a Shaman Sorcerer, with, like, Metal Magic, and do, like, Searing Doom and Final Transmutation. And really, I would say all you're looking for, maybe bring Power Familiar, too. Cut all the other stuff. You don't really need Metal Shifting. Evasion is not really that important for the Shamans, because you don't want to engage them into fights, period, and they're generally fast enough. You got enough support that they're not going to get caught as long as you have something relatively close by. You're just looking for a big Final Transmutation with Power Familiar. And then Searing Doom to just punish, like, blobs of, like, garbage and cavalry, because it's just a really cheap and effective spell for anti-blob activities. Searing Doom just does a ton of damage, and it's cheap as hell, so even against relatively low-cost targets like Skeleton Horsemen, or just like blobs of Skeleton Spears, or maybe like the odd Tomb Guard or whatever, it can get you some decent value that way. And big targets like Cetra or Sphinx, just hit them with the spell. It does a whack load of damage with Power Familiar. You only get one use of this, but that's going to be enough for an Overcast Final Transmutation to get you that little bit of extra damage that can honestly make all the difference for whether you're going to crumble an undead unit or not. You want to use Final Transmutation to either get Cetra to crumbling or to finish him off. Or whatever lord your opponent happens to bring. And then the Ettins are just like your your big meanie heads on the point that just stand around, eat tons of damage, and just, like, slap Tomb King's units silly. Just keep Ettins off of any spears, and you should be good, because there's really not much else that's going to be able to stop double Ettin from just rampaging around that the Tomb Kings are going to be able to use. Like, Eyes of the Desert and Chosen of the Gods can shoot them, yeah. But that's why you kind of keep them back a little bit in the very early game. Let some of that ammunition get used up, and then trot them out with their Betrayer, giving them the speed boost so they can get to the points a little quicker. Just have, you know, nice little core like Marauders and some Bearmen great weapons. And then you can, like, reinforce behind with the, like, Horse Masters, who can also be a really good unit against the Tomb King's, like, Horseman pressure, because they've got decent melee stats. Not, like, the best in the world, but reasonably solid. Warhounds, of course, and then I do think a couple Skin Wolves in here would be awesome, but also I think this is a good matchup for Fimmer Great Weapons. These guys have tons of missile resistance. Very hard for Tomb Kings to poke down effectively, because they're high armor as well. So, like, Horse Archers, which can poke Skin Wolves pretty well because they're low armor values, don't do very well into the Fimmer at all. Plus, your opponent's already juggling, dealing with the Ettins, so these guys, they can form like a nice little bulwark and maybe catch something with their huge anti-large bonus and just rip it up. Something along these lines, and then whatever else you want to mix in. You got 2,400 gold, so I don't know, maybe some Berserkers. Or, me, I really love Marauder Champions still to this day. I think they're a really solid unit against Undead in general. Just because they have much higher leadership, and Rage gives them a little bit more, as well as some extra melee attack, and they're very resilient with really high melee defense values. And the weapon strength on them isn't bad either. It's actually pretty comparable to the Berserkers. Berserkers obviously have a bit more, but really not by that much of a margin. They're pretty equivalent. I don't think you really need the AP of the Marauder Champion great weapons, although I guess you could maybe run them instead. I just prefer the shield and the higher melee defense. Extra weapon strength and charge bonus is kind of cool, but, like, yeah, there's not a ton of targets that the Tomb Kings will send into champs that they're going to be able to use that charge bonus very well against. Using it against infantry is just whatever. I mean, you can do the same with the Marauder Champions here. They'll beat all the spears and skeleton warriors in the world, these guys will. Just get them up to a point and let them do their thing. What's up, Bird? How you doing, man? I have not had the chance to play any tournaments. I've been trying not to die because of this heat wave. And yeah, I see what you're saying, Welsh. T-shirt soaked in water and a spray bottle is really, like, the best you can do, man. Luckily, I've got, like, an AC unit for my room. It's just been so hot that it's been struggling to keep up. I mean, 105 on the heat index is absolutely crazy. I moved up here to Michigan, which is in, like, the northern part of the United States, obviously, from Alabama, which is in the deep, deep south. I have not felt heat like this in Michigan before. I mean, it really is feeling about as brutally hot and humid as where I moved away from to escape it in the first place. Oh yeah, let me go grab our replays off the website. Almost forgot that we can get them there. So we've got some people who have finished their round 1 games. I'm going to go ahead and grab those, drop them in, and we can get into them. Oh, and Welsh, you're finally playing, brother. That's awesome. Super excited. Welcome back. How do you feel about Otto's website? Because I don't think you've had the chance to really play on it yet. I think it's great. I think it's wonderful, personally. I don't think I've been this excited for something like this since Total Tavern was dropped initially. Hell yeah. Good to hear it, man. Yeah, I'm thinking that this gives a little bit more consistent life to the community. Alright, give me a sec while I get these replays sorted. I just need to drop them into the proper cheeky little folder. And then we can get it going. I don't know if any of these are duplicates. Let me just check that real quick. This one is. Everything else is good, though. Yeah, last time I played was like a week ago. There's a tournament at 4 today. We'll see what kind of time we've got and what kind of energy I have. I may play, like, you know, the first, like, round or two. Depending on how I feel. Until then, though, we're just going to focus on running our games here. We've got 2 Tomb Kings matchups. Got Nieper versus Bright and Welsh Lion versus Levis. Really want to see what Welsh has got going here. Because Kislev is usually pretty good into other ranged factions. They've got really strong value trade tools for the most part, but Tomb Kings I find to be a bit of an exception. Tomb Kings and Skaven are probably the 2 best, like, fellow ranged factions into Kislev. Kislev beats Ogre Kingdoms, Kislev beats Grand Cathay in my experience. Kislev can beat Dark Elves. It's not 100% guaranteed, but, you know, like a 50-50 matchup, I think. We'll see what happens here, though. Wolfhearts are going to grab the point, the number 3 objective early. Little Groms opening up and getting a little bit of damage. Nothing too crazy. They don't have any restocks, because there's an Ice Witch instead of a Druzhina. I really prefer Druzhina for double Grom. I do understand bringing the Ice Witch, though. Because you're saving on getting a hero caster, instead of also getting a lord and then a caster. You know, it's like 800-900 gold that you're hanging on to, which can be very useful. You know, it's like the difference between getting an extra Streltsy out on the field or not. Streltsy, by the way, are pretty decent against Tomb Kings. There's lots of heavily armored but unshielded targets that the Tomb Kings have. That can get thumped pretty hard by the gunpowder. Sepulchral Stalkers being the biggest one that I can think of, as well as just Melee Shop Team. Melee Shop Team really don't like getting hit by the Streltsy fire. Kossars opening up here. Not Spear Kossars, though. Honestly, the Horse Archers could probably bully this unit right now. They're a little out of position, to be honest. They don't really have any cavalry near them. If you engaged one in the front, one behind, you could probably break them pretty quickly. Although, I guess that is something not really taking into consideration enough. The fact that there is Ice Sheet on the field. Ice Sheet is a really strong slow. The reason that Ice Sheet is so good is because it lasts a million years. You can see it affects units that run outside of its radius. And it stacks with other slowing effects. So this Frostbite effect on Ice Maiden's Kiss and Ice Sheet can actually slow cumulatively 55% of speed. Just immediately knocks it right off. And then if you add any shooting from Ice Guard Glaives or something, that Frostbite effect is a different one as well. So you can stack like 80% slows utilizing the Lure of Ice, which isn't very popular, by the way. Lure of Ice has definitely fallen by the wayside over time. Lure of Tempest is just usually better. Blizzard and Hawks of Miska are just some of the best DPS spells in the entire game, so, like, why wouldn't you use those? Arkin doing some Tokyo drifting out here and dropping a Purple Sun Azirius that just absolutely demolishes one side of this Streltsy formation. Dropping models like crazy, down to 50 guys, looking the worse for wear for sure, but they're alive, and they can get in here and provide a little bit of pressure still. Bone Giant is slowly getting whittled down here. The value trading is not looking too hot for this big beastie. It's getting hammered by the little Groms. There's some Kossar fire coming in. I believe the Streltsy even got a shot off on this thing. Well, maybe they were just shooting at Arkin. Now you got Snow Leopard summon and an actual proper Snow Leopard on its way in to deal with this big guy. You can see Tomb King's trying to pull him back and get him to safety, but leadership's looking very much the worse for wear right now. Very fortunate to get a restore off on this guy. Really what you want to do, this is a really small mistake, but still one worth talking about because you could have saved a lot of HP on the Bone Giant just by doing this one little thing. Snow Leopards have actually chipped a decent amount of value off this guy. And completely avoid that by just putting a Skeleton Spear on top of him. Like, red is our Bone Giant, and then you just make a nice little, like, box around him with the Skeleton Spears, and nothing's really going to be able to touch him in melee. Unless, of course, they grind through the entire Skelly unit. Which isn't really a very fun activity for any unit. It's kind of a waste of time for most. And the Bone Giant probably have close to 500 more HP, maybe even a little more, probably closer to like 700 or 800. You got more Capture Kitties coming in. Double Snow Leopard is actually kind of wild to see. Definitely not something that I was expecting to get eyes on this game. Beautiful, beautiful use of this summon out of Arkin there. Blocking the path of the Snow Leopards from getting to him, and he's going to retreat behind the safety of his lines. Although I will say that that is definitely not the best use of the Skeleton Warrior summon. Arkin's not going to cry too much over spilled milk. If they had gotten caught in the Skeleton Warrior unit, then I think it would have been pretty awesome, but alas, here we are. Sepulchral Stalkers get hit by little Grom shots. They try to pull back, but now they have to turn back around to deal with the Snow Leopards. Ooh, and I think they're getting LOS'd by the terrain a little bit. Oh, they are, and the Bone Giant is also a little too thick and meaty for them to feel comfortable shooting in here. Bone Giant's going to crumble down, and you can see Big Boy is going to collapse to the ground. Just a big useless pile of bones. You got some Kossars down in the pit, and Kislev's taking over the outer points pretty easily. Kossars over here dominating this objective. Armored Kossars, Kislevites Warriors, and the Wolfhearts taking the other one. Wolfhearts moving in with their big AP values on their shots. They're going to very easily tear apart these Sepulchral Stalkers. They get a beautiful wolf pack trap off on these guys. And a very clean volley as well. With the triple Snow Leopard now. Ruining the Necrotech. The Necrotech is going to die here, and doesn't have any restores anyways, but that just is rough. And now the Snow Leopard's mixing it up with the Sepulchral Stalkers, helping out to clean these guys up as well. And pretty good value on the Snow Leopards too. They only cost 650 gold, and they're making a pretty nightmarish scenario out of all this. Screaming Skull Catapult's able to survive the pressure from the Kossovite Dervishes, it looks like. Don't know how many were committed there. I think just one unit. Almost pulled the catapult to the ground, but just some nice presence of mind to just, you know, throw out some reinforcements. Was able to secure them. See some more Kossovite Dervishes dead out here. Nothing too crazy. Skeleton Horsemen, though, are going to face check some Kislevite Warriors and get absolutely crushed here. Trying to chase down the Horse Archers of Kislev, who I love. I love Kislev Horse Archers. I don't know why people don't bring them and why they get so much smack talked about them. I mean, they're not like the best unit in the world. But they are basically a Kossovite Dervish in terms of stats, so you can use all their ammo and keep them out on the field. I actually kind of like to use them that way. I know a lot of people prefer to unsummon their skirmishers when they're out of ammo, but for me, I personally like the cap weight more than anything, you know? Like, the ammo is nice, but I'll just unsummon them once I have, like, a proper core of infantry locking down the objectives. Until then, I just use my skirmishers in melee. Little Grom's trying to hit the Screaming Skull catapults now. They've gotten some pretty good work done. 1,200 value there. Where's the other one? Oh, it's here. And, oh, 2,800 on this Little Grom. Buddy has been feasting all freaking game. Catapults are just trying to hammer down the Cossar. It's hard to cover the entire battlefield. Especially if you don't have, like, the debug camera on. Scalandir's Cave is kind of a nightmare because you just lose track of units so easily. Because it is by far the biggest map. I don't think anything else comes even close to being as big, especially in terms of the actual combat area. Like, there are maps that might ostensibly be about as large as the entirety of Scalandir's, but they'll have their points a little bit, like, closer in. And it doesn't use the space quite the same way. Like, Scalandir's, you fight over the entire map. Just because there's always a way to, like, sneak around and try and get units into the back line. Winged Lancers are going to go down, but they are going to crumble out the Screaming Skull Catapult. The Snow Leopards are on their last legs, but they've done more than enough. Honestly, even if they didn't get close to their value back across the board... just the mere fact that Welsh has had to spend so much time running from them with, like, Arkan and not really finding a settled position to fight from has probably been the biggest issue for the Tomb Kings here. If you're going to fight Kislev also, and you're going to bring Screaming Skull Catapults, you need to play with your catapults out of the same position. Like, you bring your catapults out of your spawn points, which are, like, back here. And you get one up on the ridge here, and probably another up around here. Because you got a Vanguard here that you can use to, like, cut off space on this whole side. And then reinforcement points behind that you can push units up onto your catapults very easily and safely from. Then you don't have to cover as much ground. And then you're fighting from, like, a home objective over here, which is where the Tomb Kings had most of their army the whole game. And then you can just value trade and then move up when the time is right. It's a little rough that your opponent brought double Little Grom into your Bone Giant. Bone Giants are actually pretty good against Little Grom as long as you have the same or more Bone Giants. If 2 Bone Giants out-trade 2 Little Groms, especially if you have a Necrotech to, like, drop just, like, an odd heal or 2 on them. Double Little Grom into 1 Bone Giant is not good for the Bone Giant. It's still got okay value, though. The reason the Bone Giants tend to be able to beat Little Grom in the 2v2 duel is just because of the HP. Bone Giants have way more health, so they can usually shoot Little Grom a lot easier. The Tomb Kings really needed some Skeleton Horse Archers in this build that were not just, like, you know, kind of mishandled in the early going. I don't want to harp on it too much, Welsh, but these Skeleton Horse Archers are actually a really important unit for poking at the Cossars. Cossars have the same range as the Skeleton Horse Archers, which isn't ideal for your skirmish cav, but these guys are super mobile. So they can run into bow range, fire off a volley, and then just turn around and avoid the return fire. Using them to deep push the way you did in the early game is just going to get them killed against Kislev. Kislev has way too many tools to catch units like that. It's better to just pull back and play safe with these guys and just get whatever value you possibly can against your opponent's own, like, cheap missile core. Because if you compare the cost on a regular Cossar to the Skeleton Horse Archers, this unit, the Cossars, are 25 gold cheaper. That's it. Like, Skeleton Horse Archers trading out against Cossars is not, like, the most impressive thing in the world, but it'll save you big headaches, because Cossars can get big value, and you don't really want to allow them to just, like, chip away at Sepulchral Stalkers when you also have to deal with the potential of, like, super devastating artillery, anti-large monsters, and then, like, actual proper, like, foot AP shooting, which can be a nightmare for the Tomb Kings of its own kind. The build looks good. I think you just kind of panicked playing into the artillery. and you weren't taking advantage of the terrain features on Scalandiers. Scalandiers has a couple little mounds. They're pretty big when you zoom in, though. You can hide units behind them so easily, especially stuff like your Necrotect and Arkin. You can keep them behind the hills, and nothing is going to be able to shoot them. Maybe the Wolfhearts, the Kossars can poke at them, but that's going to bring him into a pretty dangerous area of the field, which is out into that open terrain, and then the Screaming Skull catapults can poke a lot more effectively. I also think you could have stood to maybe keep one of the Sepulchral Stalkers in the backfield full-time, since your opponent was going for pretty aggressive dives onto the Screaming Skull catapults. You don't want to just rely on your horsemen. Being able to throw one of these two guys back there just to sneak around and be in unexpected positions could yield you some pretty good value. Because Winged Lancers and Dervishes don't really have that good of stats in prolonged fights. So Sepulchral Stalkers, who are normally pretty vulnerable in melee engagements, actually have pretty good odds-on chances of up-trading in melee by a pretty fair margin here. Especially if you just have like one Skeleton Horseman to go and support them, occupy some attention and damage, stuff like that. You don't really have any cap weight here, so this is a full value trade army, so you just have to value trade Kislev off the field. You just gotta shoot them all to death. Chosen of the Gods, you probably summon in and also hide them behind hills. Wait until your opponent is distracted by something and then bring them forward to try and poke the little Groms just to help out the Bone Giant. I don't know. It's definitely a tricky matchup for the Tomb Kings, though. Kislev's got a lot of good stuff they can use against all the cheap bone people. You can use like Hawks and Miska to clear a lot of stuff out the Tomb Kings have. You can use these cheaper spells. Ice Maiden's Kiss is really good against garbage infantry, too. I don't know. You just really have to punish the cavalry. Your opponent went real cav heavy. And smart positioning just completely nullifies Snow Leopards entirely. Because Snow Leopards are looking to gang up on stuff. If you just have all of your high-value targets sitting on top of spears, the Snow Leopards can't do anything at that point. They're completely useless. They will not be able to get any value because they will get wrecked by a plain old Skelly. Skelly Spears rip through 20 armor. And Fizzrez on the little battle kitties is really not that great for them because, again, low armor already and then just really low HP pools. They're pretty punishable if you just be very, very careful about what you're doing against them. Beastie Boys versus the High Elves. Got a Sea Elemental build. Archmage Fire, not of Life. I really love Archmage of Life with a build like this. Actually think is a really fun build from Dirk. I do think the fire magic is actually a little bit of a waste of time. Beastmen are vulnerable to it, yeah, but a lot of their infantry are fairly fast in their own right. I mean, all their infantry have 42 foot speed. And Burning Head comes out pretty quick, but it is dodgeable because it is very inconsistent with its pathing. It like wobbles along the track that it goes down. Most wind spells just go in a straight line. I always bring this up because it's important to know. Burning Head kind of like curves along a path, and it can like wibble wobble like this. It can go in a straight line. It can like completely curve off its intended path. There's so many different things it can do. Having quick infantry with like 40 plus foot speed, you can just like peel out of the path of Burning Head pretty quickly if you're paying attention. You can get caught. I think Burning Head is still pretty good against Beastmen on the whole, but I actually think Melkoth's and Shadow's magic is better damage against the Beastmen in general.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
The reason is you beat the Beastmen at their own game at that point, because Melkoth's is not dodgeable, it's consistent damage, and it's really strong against Synagors, who are a stupidly annoying unit. Synagors are one of the best cav in the entire game. Price point, up trade potential, especially the throwing axes, dude. Melkoth's to hammer Synagor throwing axes can go so much farther than hoping you can hit them with the odd burning head. The reason I like life magic is just because you're like healing up like Silverins and sea elementals and stuff. Wouldn't really help too much against these Cygors. Cygors are getting some fat boulders in right now. Big damage on this one Silverin guard already. Down to 71 models out of 120 in just a few moments. Definitely not doing too hot. Good poke from the Illyrian Reaver archers. Synagor is just going to pull back. Don't want to take too much more damage from the poke. And they captured the point. So that's really all they were looking to do to begin with. Now it's just a gear up, trying to punish as many of these high elf units as possible before moving in to contest the objectives. And yeah, you just can't turn the flanks of your infantry to artillery like this. It's called enfilading fire. When units are when you're able to shoot down the entire length of an enemy unit, they're in enfilade. It's the worst position you can be in. It's basically guaranteed contact. Like, your opponent's units are very rarely going to miss in circumstances where they can fire down the length of the entire unit. They're going to just pinball through all of them. It's like setting yourself up as a bowling pin. You can see the boulders hurt really bad. These Cygors are getting some crazy value. This guy is whiffing every boulder, but the other guy doing great. He's got 900, the other only has 3. Good opportunity to actually use a Corn Gore to engage onto this set of units here, because you'll blob all 3 of these guys up here. You can use Malagor magic, just to debuff, I guess, and buff up your Corn Gores, while the Cygors just fire into the side of this fight. I mean, you could get a lot of collateral damage on all 3 units this way, probably. High Elves are going very aggressive. They're definitely pushing their infantry into a very awkward spot. And as is tradition, the Corn Gores are going to rout early. The Sea Elemental is going to get in there and terror out them, but not before a boulder from one of the Cygors actually kills like a good 10-20 of these guys. So, a little painful, not the end of the world though. Another burning head. On Corn Gores though, if spell resistance, not that impressive. Ungor Spearherd getting cooked though is okay. Ungor Spearherd can be really annoying for the High Elves, because they don't like it when their cav gets caught on, like, mega cheap infantry like this. I love Ungor Spearherd. Like, no shields or anything. Just, like, run these guys out onto the field. Use their stalk to your advantage to put them in really weird spots that your opponent will not expect. And you'd be surprised how many times you can catch, like, mobile units out on the flanks. Just completely out cold from running smack dab into your little cheapo units. Cygor firing over the head of their fellow Gores and killing the enemy for a change there. Beautiful shot. 1,000 value, 700 value. Yif is really into the double Cygor play. I do really appreciate somebody going for out-of-the-box builds that are a little bit off meta. He does pretty good with them, usually. Double Cygor is just really inconsistent, because they're either hitting shots or they're just whiffing spectacularly. There's really no in-between for these guys. See them just missing a whole bunch of blobbed-up units. Don't know what the targeting priority is on them sometime, but they'll probably land a good bowler in here and make up for the one they did miss. Shots coming in, and nails a few Illyrian Reavers and Silverin Guard. Or Spearmen, just plain old Spearmen, actually. Still got really good damage going in here for the Beastie Boys. They've capped all, or actually the High Elves have capped all 3 points. Oh, because Silverhelms are out here playing. And doing a good job of ganging up on the Razorgore herd. But Khorngors are in here, and the Cinegore could pin both these Silverhelms against a Khorngore. It should be brutal for the High Elves. They do not want their Silverhelms to stay here. They need to get out of here. Is Yiffer going to recognize this opportunity? Not quite. It's going to be Dirk who's going to see the opportunity to just charge down the Cinegores. He commits to the charge, but then doesn't stay engaged against him. He's actually got a little bit of room away from the Khorngors there, but good reaction from Yiffer. He's going to bring his Khorngors over, and Fireborn need to be microed, so good idea to just pull back so you can focus on keeping those guys active and moving around the way they need to. So the value trade looks great for the Beastmen. And they're beating the crap out of the Storm Riders now with the Cygor Boulders. But I will say the Cygors are less than ideal cap weight. It's not terrible. They're just not very good in melee combat, and it's 3 cap weight on a slow unit, so they're not really going to control objectives very well. Provided the Beastmen can just save up and get like a couple decent infantry, like some Gore Herd out onto the field to hold 1 objective, and then they can have the Cinegore squad like roaming around and just supporting like the Cygors wherever they go. There's a good opportunity for the Beastmen to get back in this one. They're gonna need a triple cap. They're really starting to fall behind now on the tickets. I think by the time they grab this point out here, even if they're able to grab another objective fairly soon, Dirk is going to be well over the 1,000-point threshold before Yif gets to 500. Cinegore, great weapons, and some beat-up Harpies are moving in. Just going to try and take the Storm Riders fully offline. These poor Storm Riders struggling, man. I mean, they got okay value, but the Cygors really put a damper on any uptrade potential for them. Silverhelms running around in a group, really bad idea against Cygors, actually, because these guys do wicked damage to cavalry. A lot of single-entity artillery has very mediocre damage against cavalry units, actually, but Little Grom and Cygors are probably the 2 that can punish them the hardest if they actually make contact. See, they take 5 models off those Silverhelms right there. That's just from the 1 boulder hitting a little clump of them. Good burning head here. Hitting the Cinegores pretty hard, getting them to the breaking point, but they're not going to run yet. You can see the Gore Herd just casually moving up right past it. You know, Burning Head and the Gore Herd are saying hi as they're going their separate ways. Silverhelm's getting hit by Enfeebling Foe from Malagor and getting run off the field here for sure, man. Just not really doing too hot. Silverins avoid the Cygor Boulder. One Cygor gets unsummoned. We'll see if the other one does as well. I actually think keeping 1 out as a terror-causing unit wouldn't be bad. Because you could be terror-routing all these High Elf units over here right now. I mean, I know you're going to cap this point anyways, but just to move them up and, like, threaten the point is kind of nice. It just means that Spearmen and Silverins, Silverhelms, and Illyrian Reavers are all going to have a hard time actually engaging on that objective. Because there's always the chance that their leadership drops below the halfway point and they just start running away. And especially for the Beastmen, terror routes are really nice because you can terror out a unit and then break their leadership. And Beastmen being as fast as they are, they can take advantage of that in a way that most other factions simply cannot. Good Melkoths on the Silverhelms, or sorry, not a Melkoths, Enfeebling Foe on the Silverhelms as they're charging in. absolutely ruining their stats and allowing the Razor Gore Herd and the Gore Herd and the Slain Gores here to get some pretty good value trades instead of just getting absolutely thumped by this heavy cavalry. Archmage is trying to fight Malagor. Going for the Lord Snipe is definitely about the best and maybe even the onlyest way that the High Elves can kind of get back in this game. But a Chimera comes out and immediately pushes her back. Dirk has got some pretty good moves here, but his Sea Elemental getting shot to death by the Centaurs in the open field was a death sentence. That's why I prefer to see an Archmage of Life. Because even though Beastmen don't have magic damage missiles, they don't really need them, because Centaurs are just a really great skirmish cavalry unit. I mean, they do a ton of damage. Not only that, there's also Ungor Raiders who can come in massive numbers and fill a big monster like that with just, like, 1 damage at a time to just, you know, death by 1,000 cuts, basically. An Archmage of Life with Earthblood and Awakening of the Wood probably can force engagements onto Beastman units by using Awakening of the Wood to, like, slow something, and then the Sea Elemental gets on it. It starts taking damage, you just pop Earthblood on it on cooldown, keep it alive all game, and just dominate the points as a result. I think the Sea Elemental could be really good against the Beastmen, honestly. And I think with some smarter positioning, you can avoid the Cygor damage. You see double Cygor on high ground, and you got a bunch of infantry as your core army. Do not walk up onto the points within its boulder range. Just literally take the time to reposition all the way around the field instead, and just start controlling the outer objective over here. This is not nearly as bad of an objective to fight over as you might think for the High Elves. Because the objective itself is just big open field space. You get Silver and Guard out here on this point, and they just form like a nice little wedge formation here. Here, I'll draw the way it should look. You just get them like this, and then have some like units that can come out of the Vanguard and like reinforce up onto this point, and they'll be able to hold off any Centaurs. They can fight relatively well against Slain Gores because Silver and Guard have really, really high melee defense and decent armor. They can actually hold pretty well against Slain Gores. Gore Herd as well for the most part. You definitely still need to make sure that you've got units that can respond over here, but you know, that's why you bring like the Sea Elemental type build. You can use the Sea Elemental to like bully on one side of the field, while you play with your more conventional forces on the other. And you use your cavalry to reinforce either side.
Our allies are fleeing!
Centaurs and Razor Gore Herd just getting into a scrap here against the Storm Riders. These guys got bulldozed a little bit initially, but they're going to stand firm now. Be able to bring the Razor Gore Herd down at the very least, because these poor boys are rampaging. The Baconators, they're getting a little too hog wild here, you know. They're really disgusting. One of my favorite nasty-looking models in the game, man. I mean, like them just being these rotting monstrosities of meat and bone is just thematically amazing. Couldn't ask for more from a faction called the Beastmen, you know. Frostguard Phoenix could have been nice earlier in the game, actually, just as a tool, again, to force engagements with its debuffs. Its Blizzard Armor is a huge melee attack debuff. -8 is no joke for Beastmen, because they honestly don't have very good melee attack. The reason Beastmen typically do so well is because they have perfect vigor on Centaurs, and they've got crazy high charge bonuses on just about everything. The infantry for the Beastmen are really about the only units with solid melee attack values, but a lot of them also similarly have some fairly low values. So the Slain Gores coming up, they're just gonna do their thing. Get in here, clean up any of the remaining Silverins. Silverin's a 1900 value, man. That's crazy. Dang. Really great job by the Silverans, as you can see, in melee when they actually get a good fight. It's just a shame they got absolutely demolished by the double Cygor early in this one. Just don't ever advance into Cygor fire if you can help it, Dirk. This is a gigantic map. Take full advantage of how big it is. And honestly, instead of going 4 Silver Helms, trust me when I say the best thing you can do not bring Fireborn against the Beastmen. Beastmen have tons of tools to kill the Fireborn. Cut Fireborn, cut 2 Silver Helms, bring 2 more Illyrian Reaver archers, and more Melee Reavers. Melee Reavers trade really well into Centaurs. You do want a couple Silver Helms, though, because Silver Helms can really smash Senties. The reason you need Illyrian Reavers, though, is to deal with Razor Herd and Minotaurs. As well as Synagor Great Weapons. I don't personally like plain old Synagor Great Weapons. It's either Sons of Goros or the Synagors of Tzeentch, or Bust for me. But some people do enjoy them, and they can be okay. Your Archer Cav and your Illyrian Reaver Melee Cav are your uptrade tools, actually, in this matchup. You want to go a little cheaper. You need more bodies. And you can just rely on your Silverin core to, like, anchor from there. And then you have, like, the Frostheart Phoenix. Maybe, like, a Ranger or something mixed in here. I think you'll have a little bit of money from all the cuts left over to get one. I wouldn't really bother bringing plain Spearmen. They're just too vulnerable to, like, Goreherd and Slangors. Or Rangers, at the very least, can, like, put some damage in on both those units. It's just my personal 2 cents on the matter. There's no point for High Elves to try and engage the Cygors to stop them shooting. Yeah, if you build up, but Dirk was not building up. If you're going to just move up onto objectives, and you're not going to, like, stay back and just hover out of range of your opponent's boulders, you gotta go to points where they can't shoot you. And then use your single entity on the objective that is within the range. Because Cygors do not shoot single entities very well. They can hit single entities and do good damage, but it's really tough. They're really inaccurate at that job. Honestly, double Cygor can mostly be ignored. You just don't let them shoot the things that they're good at shooting. That is actually a really brilliant suggestion, Welsh. I think that'd be... Have you told Otto your idea? Because I think that's a great plan. Like, being able to sort replays by factions would be freaking awesome. What's up, guys? How's it going, Fly? Yeah, it seems like a lot of people are going to be running more new player tournaments, by the way. So, if you're looking for new player tournaments, Mr. Fly, keep an eye out. There's a weekly Friday intermediate tournament that Bird hosts, and just odds and ends new player stuff throughout the week as well. Oh, it did? That's freaking great. I'm going to go check. So, what? Every faction you can see their... Oh my god, that's freaking brilliant. Oh, you love it. You gotta love it. I'm gonna bring you over so you can see it, guys. This is gonna be huge for standardizing, like, game knowledge. Like, not only are people gonna be able to get, like, just tons of replays of, like, you know, firsthand, like, info to, like, watch of their favorite factions, but they're also going to be able to see, like, the tendencies of certain players. So I think it might force people to be a little bit more expressive with their builds instead of just running a lot of the same stuff. and just counting on catching people unawares on their usual builds. Intriguing. Very interesting. Potentially exciting. Khorne down here struggling. Who are we losing to? Beastmen, Ogre Kingdoms, and Warriors of Chaos. I understand lose. So Warriors of Chaos for Khorne, you just beat them by killing the Skull Cannons. Curious to watch both of these games, honestly. That's for another day, though. That's for another day. I love Khorne. That's my main right there. They need some respect put on their name. I need to play them more. I need to get in here and bring that win rate up. 2-2 against Norsca is no joke. Norsca's a vicious faction. Where are they at right now? What else? The 70% win rate, man. What else? Please. At the very least, limit some of their cheesier strats. It's exhausting. That is absolutely ridiculous. Slaanesh gets hit with tons of restrictions, and they're at 50%, which is really reasonable. Norsca's the other problem faction. I finally found them. Staring at this, like, completely glassing over the name. They're at 64%. They get a few more restrictions, usually just Chimeras and Dreadmaws. I don't know, man. Norsca's just got some really insane matchups that they just absolutely dominate. They're really hard to beat for a lot of factions. They do have some truly bad matchups, though. Not that many. I would say that, like, Slaanesh is a really bad matchup for them. Demons of Chaos tend to be kind of bad for Norsca as well, because there's just so much magic damage to get through the Fizzres that Norsca has, and they can't really do the same thing back. Nobody plays Demons of Chaos, though, so it's not like you're going to see him get punished for that. Bretonia's pretty good against Norsca. It's a pretty back-and-forth matchup, though. It's more like a 50-50. It's not really a bad matchup. It's just actually even, which is more than most factions can say for facing off against Norsca. You can see freaking Grand Cathay is out here getting absolutely smashed into bits by Norsca right now. Just really not that shocking. Bearmen and then Ice Wolf Chariots will just destroy any traditional, like, infantry line of Cathay. So I imagine they have to go full mobility, and even that is kind of risky business. Beating Lizards, not super shocking. Nurgle, beating Nurgle's a little shocking. I'm a little surprised that Slaanesh is losing this bad. This might be because of Slaanesh restrictions, though. Warriors of Chaos are a very easy faction for Norsca for the most part. Beastmen, Dwarves. Yeah. I'm just happy that I got a win with Khorne against Norsca. Norsca Khorne is actually a pretty bad matchup for Khorne. Wood Elves are tough. Excuse me. Oh my god. Wood Elves are tough for Norsca. Tomb Kings are tough for Norsca. Tomb Kings, though, is probably like a 55-45. I don't know how Norsca's losing to Ogre Kingdoms. Did something change that I'm just not aware of? Because that seems very bizarre to me personally. I would never have thought that Ogre Kingdoms would be getting multiple wins against Norsca, which is like the supreme anti-large faction. Also really durable too. Ogres hate factions that are as durable as them. Like, Ogres get, like, 1 or 2 big heals per game on big targets. And then Norsca just gets, like, a ton of regeneration all over the field. That tends to be a little bit better in terms of the numbers for Norsca. I'm guessing that the fact that Ogre Kingdoms won a couple matches against Norsca is probably, like, Leadbelchers just blasting everything to pieces before Norsca even gets in range of them. Yeah, Dreadmaw is usually banned, and then Chimeras are usually restricted to 1, and 1 Chimera is really not that good. They're okay. Double Chimera is the real game changer, because, like, those two monsters together are just untouchable. They just fly around in a group and tear out everything and just ignore all the damage coming in against them. They win against all cavalry, they win against all infantry, they win against all single entities, as long as they don't get split up. So one Chimera is plenty, trust me. I will say that, honestly, with one Chimera restriction, I actually think the ROR Chimera isn't even all that oppressive. It takes a lot of time for it to heal up. You know, maybe in the hands of, like, a truly expert Norska player, it could be really oppressive, but I haven't really seen it before. It usually just uses all its breath attacks, and then it's just, same as any other Chimera. The real problem with the Chimeras is the immune to flanking effect. Like, that's just a really strong, passive. Like, the units that have it, like Skulltaker, the Bloodwake Berserkers, they've all had their day where they were absolutely broken. So, it's one that CA is definitely going to need to be a little bit mindful of putting on unit cards in the future, in my opinion. Cygors can shoot when engaged in melee, so no point in this. Yeah, I mean, they can, but it's not, like, ideal for them. Cygors can be free value artillery, by the way, but I wouldn't really think of them that way. There are ways to kill Cygors. They've got really low armor. If you go, like, a massive core of, like, foot archers for the High Elves, you could very quickly shoot down double Cygor, but the game that we were talking about was, like, a Sea Elemental build. And one of the reasons I suggested getting rid of the Fireborn and the double Silver Helms was so you could have more archers, so you could poke down throwing axes, and also threaten Cygors with the missile fire. The Dreadmaw is just really cheap, it's hard to kill, it's stupidly disruptive in a way that just completely shuts down, like, any kind of archer play. And it just gets really boring to watch the same Norska builds every time. If you don't restrict Chimeras and Dreadmaws, you get the exact same Norska every single freaking game. Almost without exception. Because they've just got strong units that they can use to support those single entities to just completely nullify any potential counters. To Bearmen, to Skinwolves, to the Oddfimmer Great Weapon, or the Miststalkers. It's really silly. You restrict those two units and you open Norska up into a little bit more of a reasonable category of faction. It's like the same thing with limit of one Pleasure Seeker on Slaanesh. Nobody wants to see double Pleasure Seeker just pinballing an entire army. It just looks ridiculous. It's not fun to play against. It's not fun to watch after, you know, like the first 3 or 4 games where you get a good laugh out of it. Skeleton Horse Archers moving up. They don't have great targets, to be honest. Oh, now they got a good target. Now the Cryptars are coming out. Bow Cavalry usually want to, like, poke Unholy Lodestones down if they can, or Cryptars. Cryptars or Corpse Carts are the best targets for Horse Archers, generally. You don't want to shoot zombies. I mean, this is just a massive waste of time. Zombies are garbage. They're literally there to get killed. You don't want to use your bows to kill them because you've got way more valuable things you could be shooting with your arrows. Just commit whatever you can in melee into these guys and just hope you can grind them down. Getting rid of the corpse carts goes a long way to that. Because you get rid of leadership, you get rid of a heal, you get rid of perfect vigor, and melee attack and melee defense. There's actually a Balefire corpse card here, which is kind of odd. I really wouldn't have expected to see this, to be honest. Tomb Kings don't really have a lot of units with fire damage, so you don't really get any benefit out of the flame resistance. You don't really need magic attacks or flaming attacks for that matter that badly against Tomb Kings. At the very least, not in a blob fight. Like, if you had mobile units with flaming attacks against Tomb Kings, that's pretty awesome, but I don't know. Balefire Corpse Guard better in, like, other matchups. Like Norska. Norska would be a good matchup where Balefire Corpse Guard could do some good work. Cambrian War Sphinx gonna get caught up a little bit in the heart of this Vampire Count's army. Double Crypt Core coming in to try and lock this thing in place and kill it. Right on its tail, it's getting poisoned, so it's having a hard time getting away. And Cryptors are quick. They have 50 foot speed, so they can poison a lot of units and just keep proper pace with them. Just run right in behind them with no problems at all. Strigoi is getting a very clean engagement on Grand Hierophant Kotep over here, and the attempted peel from the Chosen of the Gods has been less than accurate. And the Strigoi is just regenerating through it all anyway, so he is living his life, bullying lords, dropping spirit leeches. Kotep's looking the worst for wear right now. He's doing really poorly, and Feasters in the Dusk are going for a deep pushback here. Get intercepted by Skeleton Horsemen, but honestly won't do too terribly in this fight, I don't think. Actually not doing very well at all. They're struggling to lock anything down. You know, about 150 value, nothing to really write home about. Looks like they're going to keep the pressure up and chase, though. You know, War Sphinxes are a great unit, but they're better against mortal factions. They're really not that good against undead, because typically the best thing about the War Sphinx is the terror that they provide. They do, like, big damage as they get their mass and just, like, charge through infantry. They break leadership and start terror routing stuff, and then they can, like, steamroll entire lines. Against the Counts, they're pseudo-unbreakable. You're not really doing much of anything with it. I mean, you're charging down skeleton spears out here. It's just really not worth. To be quite honest, this is probably one of the most lopsided undead v undead matchups in the game. Vampire Counts just completely dominate the Vampire Coast and the Tomb Kings in my experience. There's just way too many units that can, like, tar pit shooting that the Counts can throw out. Like, you can just zombie summon on Chosen of the Gods. You can bring Fellbats, Direwolves to, like, Hound Skirmishers. You got Blood Knights to shut down expensive stuff. You got some of the best combat lords in the game. Strigoi Ghoul King especially. Boy, oh boy, is he having a good old time just sniping Kotep already. Now going after the Necrotect. Got a beautiful breath attack off on him, by the way. Very rarely do you see people use the Death Shriek well, but that was perfectly placed to take about 500 HP off of our boy here. Got him in the bone zone, and Strigoi just hanging in and continuing the fight, continuing the pressure. He's got Opal Amulet popped. He's going to try and pull back, it looks like. Yep, going to get off the ground. Definitely smart. Just want to probably pull all the way back right now. Just regenerate for a moment. Keeping him out here in the open field always runs the risk of Sepulchral Stalkers finding him. Gotta respect the fact that these things just exist, and they're always a unit that can kill your single entities if they get, like, a good volley off on them. Blood Knights are going real deep for the Chosen of the Gods. Nothing to really save them. Bright really needed some kind of unit just to sit on top of the Chosen of the Gods and protect them. I don't know why people don't do this more, where they take their Chosen of the Gods and just put a spear on top of them. It just keeps them from getting doped by cavalry for free. Like, yeah, the spears would not be able to stop a Blood Knight completely, but it's damage buffering that's immediately available to keep your unit healthier. Instead, you got this archer just kind of, like, fruitlessly wailing away from the flank. Sepulchral Stalkers are trying to peel, but they're not quite quick enough at peeling this off. The Chosen of the Gods probably crumble out from here. They take any more damage from these Blood Knights, and I don't think they're going to be salvageable. It'll be a slow crumble, but it'll be enough for the counts, for all intents and purposes. Nice Scab Scrape here. White Kings are just doing their thing. I mean, they're getting some obscene kill totals. Just dropping Scab Scrapes and just killing all the garbage infantry of the Tomb Kings. And you know, it wouldn't be so bad for Bright if it weren't for the fact that all the corpse carts are alive and there's multiple Crypt Horrors on the field. And 2 of them are very, very healthy. They got plenty to give here, and they are going to do some ridiculous work the second the Tomb Kings have to move back up on this point. Because the Cap's not going very well for the Tomb Kings. They held a lead early, but they're quickly falling behind here. And you can see that the Counts, they've got the money to be able to just summon out, like, waves of garbage up onto these points, just to cause problems for the Tomb Kings. Like, Tomb King's cavalry are kind of holding this objective for the time being. It's not under the most auspicious of circumstances, though. The Blood Knight actually was able to kill the Chosen of the Gods. It's now on top of the Sepulchral Stalkers. And you can see, Sepulchral Stalkers, anti-large unit, not very good in melee. Like, they're slowly pulling this Blood Knight down, but it is achingly slow. You can see how much HP they've lost as well in this fight. They were full health, mind you, when Blood Knights got into this engagement. And the Invo is going to keep this fight going even longer now, while, again, we've just got tons of units being fed to the absolute dogs by Bright right now. He's just desperately trying to get some kind of play on the objectives. Vargeist are hounding down Horse Archers. Spears on top of the Vargeist is nice. It's one of the better things you can do to protect against dives from them. Is just run back and find the safety of a spear unit and just sit on top of them. You have to play against Counts very differently from all the other factions. You gotta take advantage of the fact that they don't have shooting and artillery to break up your own, like, mini blob positions. And you just need to be careful of some of the bigger magic that they have access to, but if they go Ghoul Kings, the only like, damage spell that Ghoul Kings can bring is Gaze into Gash. That can, like, hit infantry and whatnot. Otherwise, they're really just, like, a sniper character with Spirit Leech, and they've got, like, a really mediocre, summon. Manfred would be somebody that you would need to worry about some of the scarier magics, like Purple Sun Azirius, or, like, Fate of Puna, stuff like that. Really, Purple Sun Azirius is probably what you would, be running. Just to punish Tomb King blobs if they, like, you know, throw out some decent infantry that you can hit with it.
I knew it.
What else would Manfred run? Manfred would probably run Zombie Summons, Invo, Purple Sun. What else? He's got like a million different spells. He's got all the Lore of Vampires and Lore of Death. And against Tomb Kings... Invo Raise Dead. Spirit Leech for sure. Yeah, Purple Sun on a Zombie Dragon. You don't really need Wind of Death. Yeah, you just bring this. You just Purple Sun any massive blobs of stuff. And then Raise Dead, Invo, Spirit Leech all doing different little minor role things. Raise Dead just to summon on top of stuff and just, like, lock it down and annoy your opponent. Invo for heals, obviously. Spirit Leech for damage on Lords. You can maybe mix in Gaze into Gash or Van Hells. I really love Van Hells, personally. I know it's not everybody's cup of tea in terms of magic, though. Gaze is just a really good damage magic missile spell. Does a crap load. And you get double the DPS if you overcast it too, which on Manfred is really strong because Buddy Boy gets like 1,000,000 winds of magic with Sword of Unholy Power. He's one of the casters you need to look out for as the Tomb Kings, but Strigoi Ghoul King's a little more limited. He is a great lord. He's very good at fighting other single entities. Since he's an anti-large combatant with poison and speed and armor and regen and blah 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 blah. This is usually what you see people run on him. Just Invo, Spirit Leech, Gaze into Gash. He just goes mega hard for snipes and he heals whenever he can. Which isn't too often. He doesn't really need to. Heals himself, so he's self-sufficient. He just drops Invo on high-value targets like Blood Knights, which we saw last game. Got a little extra mileage because of that. Did I swap back? I did swap back over. Haha. No, no forgetting to swap our OBS frames. All the win rates you see are without any restrictions. Dreadmaw and Mask. Okay, cool. Really? Why is Slaanesh not doing well then? I guess the reason Slaanesh is not doing so hot is probably because people who are newer playing them. Oh, Daniken on Korn versus attack speed, who's on Slaanesh? Crazy. I'm looking at these Slaanesh games and a lot of the matchups that they are losing. I think the reason why they're at 50% is because they have played some of their tougher matchups, actually. They've been losing those tougher matchups a lot here. That's most of the reason why their win rate is as bad as it is. Still seems artificially low, though. I just can't believe 20 can't believe 10 and 10 in 20 games. That's just not enough games, though, I guess. I'm sure people would start to really figure Slaanesh back out by the end of it. I count for the entirety of Slaanesh games versus Tomb Kings. How is Tomb Kings versus Slaanesh? I can't imagine that's very comfy for Tomb Kings. Slaanesh has like all the tools to kill your skirmish cav and your horsemen, and then all your big stuff too. So like, what the hell are you supposed to do? Plus, they've got Forsaken who can just steamroll skeleton spears, and Slangors now who can kind of do the same. Sphinx of Uzkaf, I imagine, almost always going to be pretty good against factions that can go pretty heavy metal on some of the scarier units. All right, let's get a few more replays going. Let's get some round 2. Oh, we got Bernie's here. You got to watch him. Oh, that's from round 1. Oh, Vernies was playing the Empire round. Oh, we had a Skaven mirror match in round 1 too. No freaking way, dude. That's awesome. We're gonna try and cover as many as possible. How far into all these we get, we'll see. I do need to just stop and ramble a little bit today. It's getting hot in here again. Now that the sun is out, it's stopped being shady with cloud cover. It's getting hot in here, even with AC. Oh, please, somebody spare us. Oh, this is next week, apparently. It's supposed to flip-flop. Like, East Coast, where I am, is supposed to stop getting this heat dome, and it's shifting west, and we're supposed to get, like, nice, normal, cool weather. So, honestly, can't wait. So, Warlord on foot with a Warlock Engineer going real cheap on the Lord options. Honestly, not even a bad idea, especially in a mirror match. Like, getting more weapon teams and, like, bodies over your Skaven counterpart could end up being a really good idea. This is probably the first time I've ever seen this mirror match, by the way. I have no freaking idea what works and what doesn't. Night Runners for Anderland are destroying Hermans. This poor Night Runner, down to half HP, just getting wailed on right now. Damage a little more spread out on Anderlands, but that's why you focus fire, man. Like, all of Anderland's skirmishers, pretty healthy, very functional. Herman's, I mean, yeah, he's got 2 full health. He's got a full health Night Runner over here still. But he's just completely lost this other one. Completely non-functional and probably not going to be usable even if they rally. Just because of how much damage they've already taken. Natty Bubo's opening up on the Plague Priest. Kind of cool to see a Plague Priest just as Pestilent Breath. We got a Master Assassin. Maestro Assassino over here. Gonna be running in and mixing it up a little bit. Does he have... Yeah, he's got Looming Dread. So he is going for character snipes with this guy, which honestly, kind of brilliant. I mean, gonna be very good against the Warlord for sure. Warlords are not bad duelists, honestly. They've got, like, reasonably good stats. Just they have low HP and, they get hit by debuffs and slowed. They're just, like, stupidly vulnerable to getting karate chopped. Natty Bubos and some Globadier fire are going to push back the Night Runners of Anderland. Herman is using some Clan Rats to also screen here. Honestly, a really good idea. I mean, you can just sacrifice Clan Rats ad nauseum in this matchup, I imagine. They're dirt cheap. Like, don't worry about them. Just do everything you can to try and maybe close a little bit of ground against these Giselles. It's so hard to do, though. And you can't use the Poison and Globadiers to close that ground. They're not going to make it 1, 2. They're just too short range. Your opponent just has to pull back a little bit, and they'll just completely nullify them. Kind of rough looking for Herman right now, man. Anderland has a very clean, missile-heavy build that is putting in a lot of work right now. They're shooting a lot of missile units to death, although Skaven Slave Slings I don't think are worth it. If it were like a Gutter Runner sling, yes. Skaven Slaves, no. Save the ammo. Focus fire down this Poison Wind Globe right here. Herman is honestly kind of doing something we saw last game, where he's kind of overextending. Playing on objectives he really shouldn't into a missile-heavy build. Like, you got all these Natty Bubos and everything up on the high ground here. What you need to do is leave your Clan Rats and Skaven Slaves on this point. You pull your weapon teams back out of range of the Giselles, at the bare minimum. All the Globadiers back here. They just have to stay safe there. You've got the tree cover over here. You can also have your Globadiers, like, kind of back in here if you want. They can support the number 3, and it's kind of hard to close ground on them with fast units through the trees, because it's going to slow up Rat Ogres. Wolf Rats are pretty easy to see coming and intercept. They're fast, but if you just have some Rat Ogres behind the globes over here, very safe too. And your Rat Ogres will lose some stats, but it's not the end of the world, because charge bonus into Wolf Rats is way more important anyways. Blah, 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 blah. There's a whole bunch of other little things that can go into it. What you really want to do is get your artillery out, any other long-range units you have. and just slowly try to whittle down, like, one of these, Jezzails as much as possible. You want to get rid of the non-RWAR Jezzail units, because you can't see Natty Bubos. They're firing from, their invisibility, cloak here. They've got Snipe and Stalk, very hard to find. Hard to spot, too. You have to get pretty close. These regular Jezzails are just fully, out in the open, though. Definitely the target that should be prioritized. Instead, Herman's shooting clan rats. Warp lightning cannons are already not that good against infantry. They're intended for an anti-large role. If you're gonna shoot clan rats with artillery, then you should have brought a Plague Claw catapult. Skaven artillery is very specialized. The one thing the Warp Lightnings can shoot that's infantry-sized and do well against is the Jezzails. And these Jezzails are overlapping a little bit. You can get some collateral damage just shooting one. Every now and then getting a lucky hit on the other. It'd go a long way for Herman right now. Herman's even up the value a little bit. He's got some clan rats that are getting steamrolled a little bit over here. See Anderlin bringing in a big wave of rat ogres off the flank to try and get after the plague monks. He's got 3 rat ogres going deep on these guys. You can see they're getting collapsed on pretty hard. Plague monks will hold their ground a little bit here, but they're not the best unit in the world. Now you compare them to something in a similar price range, like Rangers or Goreherd, and they'd come off looking much the worse for what they do for the same price point. That's really just the fact that they have abysmally low armor. Their Phys Res is fine, but they've also got fairly low base stats. Their weapon strength isn't that great for an anti-infantry unit either. Oh, God, yeah. They just need a little bit too much support for how vulnerable they are to Anderlin's specific build style here. Ooh, beautiful overcasted Flinsing Ruin on our Master Assassin out here. El Maestro is going to have to pull back a little bit. He's getting hammered on the HP front right now. He's going to be very, very low when this wears off. He's probably going to have about 1,000 HP left, which means he's going to be in the danger zone of getting killed in a single engagement, probably. Warp Lightning Fire from Anderlin has been way more effective, and it still hasn't really gotten that good of value. Oh, this Warp Lightning finally swapped over to the Jezzails, that's why. You see, it's already cleared one, actually. Wow, okay. That's huge, dude. Yeah, there you go. Oh, now I think Herman's starting to get it. Now he's figuring it out, and maybe he's keeping it even. I mean, he's definitely struggling on the points now, but he's keeping the core of his army alive. Yeah, he can push this back, especially if he gets rid of these Jezzails. Because the thing about the Jezzails, they can use all their ammo and do a ton of damage, and that's great and all. Really, the heart and soul of using Jezzails is getting all their ammo used up and then unsummoning them. Because they're useless on points. They have no cap weight. Or actually, they have full cap weight. It's not like they're ever going to get to use it. Full cap weight unit, but they just die instantly to a stiff freeze in melee combat, so they're functionally useless on the points anyways. You kill them, stop your opponent from unsummoning them, because you're going to get about 700 supplies back from the Natty Bubos sharpshooters. The Jezzails would get back about 450. It just keeps your opponent from being able to summon more stuff out, which is always a good thing. Ooh, Gutter Runner slings in the field. I love Gutter Runner slings. They're very, very effective. They fire really fast. They got a lot of ammo. They got good range. They got Phys Res. They're honestly not atrocious in melee combat for a foot archer type style unit. They've got Snare Net, which slows units trying to close ground on them. Nice little Plague Breath. You got the Plague Priest pulling back. Black Engineer is broken over here. Where's the Master Assassin? Oh, he's over here. Yeah, he's at 900 HP. He's very low. He's just going to run around and stay invisible. It's the smartest thing you can do with him right now. Clan Rats pulling back. Clan Rats over here for Herman are in danger. The Night Runners could get in and just shoot this Clan Rat to death. And the Gutter Runners, Slings, and Doomflayers are going to be a real nightmare for them, too. So, Herman flips the number 2 objective. Anderland is going to probably cap the number 3 here pretty quickly. So it's going to be back to a single cap for Herman. He's not that far behind, though. He is starting to fall back behind Anderland, though. What's causing that, I really couldn't say. I mean, both sides are looking about equal on the field. Anderland did lose his caster, like, just completely. Like, the Warlock Engineer was just routing. This guy is healthy enough that he's rallied now. He's assuredly got some Warp Lightnings at the least, probably another Cleansing Ruin to use. So like a big blob fight on the middle point here, you could Cleansing Ruin, or just hang on to it and try to get the snipe on the Lord here. There's definitely a few ways that you can go about closing this one out. I think we're going to go down to the wire if I had to guess on this one. Few Rat Ogres for Herman, just getting in and trying to do whatever the damage they can here. Very beat up. Not going to last very long in this engagement. But they're just occupying a little bit of space while the reinforcements move up. They didn't get here in time to stop the cap, but they can potentially occupy these Gutter Runners and Night Runners over here so thoroughly that Anderland's not really able to like rally them back to where they really need to be, which is more in the middle of the map here. You get a Warp Lightning on some Clan Rats, not really ideal. This is way better of a target for Warp Lightning. You drop it on these Eshin Triads, no doubt. Absolutely, 100%. Eshin Triads have a low HP pool. They got a lot of bottles on them, too. And they got really high Fizz Res. Magic is the perfect way to deal with these guys, especially a Bombardment. It'd probably kill like 20 models in this unit, and then get them low enough to where they probably just route away from all that Clan Rat and Night Runner pressure. There are a lot of units in this Cleansing Ruin, but they're not really high-value units, which is, you know, less than ideal. I mean, it's Clan Rats and some already beat-up Rat Ogres. Oh, and I got cast on the Rat Ogres. The Rat Ogres are going to just take that Cleansing Ruin elsewhere, and not really going to hit the Clan Rats too hard. It wasn't overcast, though, so maybe there's enough magic for another. We'll see about it. Doomflayers are having a hard time getting off these infantry. They're very trapped up in all these Clan Rats. And they're taking like 1 damage at a time, but, you know, damage is damage. Eventually, these guys are going to get brought down. You can see the Night Runners are rallying. The Gutter Runners finally get away from the Rat Ogres. All of Herman's Rat Ogres are only just now routing off the back of the map here. That's actually a big issue. I think he probably even had one that's been back there this whole time. They're not going to be back out onto the field until almost the end of the game here, maybe. There's a long cooldown time between your reinforcements getting back on the pool and being ready to summon out without spending $1 million freaking dollars on them. Herman losing another Poisonman Globe. These Poisonman Globes have been so useless. They definitely are feeling like one of the weaker units in the mirror. Natty Boobos are back out. They got good value the first time around. They're going to have to put in a lot of extra work here, though. And Doomflayers finally freed of all the spears just in time to fight another gigantic wave of Clan Rats and garbage. So the Doomflayers are going to run down the Clan Rats over here. Oh, actually, they're going after the Night Runners. Ooh, and they get a really limp charge being intercepted here. They're probably going to go down unless we see some really good micro from Anderland over here. keeping an eye on that. We've got the Warlock Engineer about to go down. Plague Priest is back up. Warlord is routing. Poor guy is really not loving the position he's in right now. We've got Anderland holding the number 1 right now. And the number 2, Herman is desperately clinging to this number 3 point. He needs to get another cap here soon. And damn soon, too, because Anderland's got a huge wave of reinforcements coming in. At the very least, Herman is going to struggle to cap this middle point. I think it might be time to rotate some units out to the number 1. I mean, there's nothing here. There's literally nothing here. The Maestro Assassino is all the way on the other side of the field, just about. I mean, on a smaller map, this would be like this would be all the way on another objective. On Scalandiers, you're just like, you know, hop, skip, and a jump away from what it looks like. But the distances on this map are staggering. It is gigantic. You can get a Wolf Rat out of this Vanguard and cap this point before this guy even gets close to getting back. And then all these other reinforcements over here are too slow to rally over. Well, Herman doesn't have any supplies. Anderland actually has some supplies, but he did just summon this Rat Ogre in. Ooh, it's just missing out on an opportunity to just go get an easy cap, man. He's given up, a lot of space to Anderland to just be able to play off this number 1 for free. And Anderland has kept up steady pressure on the number 3 against Herman. It's not gotten him the point. He's occupied a lot of units over here, though. And sometimes that's all you need to do. You just need to keep your opponent, like, over-prepared in one area while you value trade in another part of the battlefield, and then you just get freebies. You know? And Anderland has just played the objectives a little cleaner. I think it wins him this game, to be honest. I think Herman is punching back really nicely, though, and there is the possibility that he regains control of the number 2 here. But I think he's got to get the triple cap. Because by the time he gets this, his opponent's going to be at 1,400. Yeah, he has to get the triple, so he needs to be game planning something for coming over here. He's got Rat Ogres coming in. They're going to be running right up to the number 2. Anderland still doesn't have anything defending the number 1 point over here. That's definitely one of the few mistakes. So there's nothing here for Anderland. Like, just 1 Clan Rat would be something to hold. I mean, 300 gold units, so I would say it's worth. I wish Khorne had a 300 gold full cap weight unit to throw up on a point. Ashen Triads are going to move into the Rat Ogres here, and they're going to get some support pushing through with those guys. They'll be able to double up really nicely together, because the Rat Ogres can kind of beat up on infantry, and the Ashen Triads can just be the DPS that the Rat Ogres sometimes lack in fights against large targets. I'm gonna go bully some Skaven Slave Slingers, and Herman's holding number 2 is wobbling now. Got Rat Ogres in here, but the Ashen Triads are getting into the fight against Herman's Rat Ogres. It's gonna be very, 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 very short in terms of a fight. There's really not much that Rat Ogres can do to Ashen Triads. These guys are just, like, perfectly suited for killing them because of the Fizz Res. Like, Rat Ogres, they don't have very good weapon strength, so they might be able to hit the Ashen Triads, but their damage output being 30% less just means they do, like, you know, 40, 50 damage to HP. And that's spread out across multiple models as well. Just not very efficiently done. Really well played by Anderland. Herman, I think, if he just has cleaner Warp Lightning Micro earlier and he shoots these Jezzails down before they get good value, I think he would have been way better off and probably been able to flip the game. There weren't any truly egregious errors from either side, just a few things here and there to keep in mind, for sure. Knowing when and where to use warp lightnings, I definitely saw a missed opportunity against some Eshin Triads, at the very least used on them. It's a lot of infantry for Herman. A lot of clan rats. Not a lot of holding power. Not a lot of weapon teams. Although, to be fair, he actually does have a decent number of weapon teams. It's just that they're Poison and Globadiers, and they just get absolutely farmed by Jezzails. So that's another thing. Protecting the Globadiers early, just keeping them out of range of your opponent's Jezzails. Good idea. Everything else, probably just run as is and replay that one. I think Herman probably is able to get a dub there. Cappy on Kislev, Verney's on the Empire, Kislev v Empire. This Ice Witch apparently pissed off Balthazar Guild. Up to some kind of nonsense that the Empire just simply cannot abide by. Yeah, Gutter Runners really are a pretty alright unit. Could be a draw. We will never see a draw. I've been in one draw. I have played. Just to talk about it for a minute. One sec. Spare you guys my hacking. Anyways, I've seen one draw, and that was me playing against Stingers years ago. Or, not years ago, like 2 years ago. I mean, years ago, yeah. Corn v High Elves. It's on my channel. You can find that game. It's from a few years ago. It's, it was crazy. I mean, it was literally 1500 at the end of the game. It's the only draw I've been in. It's the only one I've ever seen. They happen so freaking rarely. Like, maybe 1 in 1,000 matches you'll get a draw. Maybe. Maybe even, rarer than that. I do genuinely wonder how many multiplayer matches in Domination Mode have been played over the course of the entire game's lifespan. Is anybody willing to, like, do some math on that? Because you could probably get a pretty accurate estimate just going off of total tavern numbers. You probably wouldn't be able to get it exactly. You could get a pretty accurate rough estimate, I would think. Anyways, let's get back into what we were trying to talk about to begin with. Streltsy line, Ice Guard swords, and armored Kossars. I think against Empire, Ice Guard glaives are better. I do love the sword variant. But the Ice Guard with swords are really best against the Mono God Chaos factions because they wreck Furies, absolutely demolishing them. Provided they're not getting, like, double or triple teamed by Furies, of course. A beautiful shot from Little Grom onto this poor Hawkman Long Rifle, which takes out 11 of the models, and the Armored Kossars are really bashing up this State Trooper front line, which isn't too shocking. The shields and the swordsmen are just nothing under the weight of all this Kislevite fire. They're not very well suited for surviving it. The Hawkland Long Rifle Corps, though, is going to really slam the Kislev shooting lines in return. I mean, there's not really an easy way to close ground against these guys either. They got 260 meter range. So you can see that Kislev's getting a little antsy. Cappy is moving forward to try and answer the Hawkland fire. He's got Winged Lancers, a Dervish coming out. I would get another Dervish out as soon as possible. Yeah, you got the Dervish coming in. You're breaking up a lot of the swordsmen, so the frontline coverage is actually getting a little thin for the Empire. You see them bringing in more spears. They're going to try and make sure that nothing can get into this. The problem with summoning in more spears is it means you're not summoning in anything more proactive, like Empire Knights. Like, you got this Knight of the Blazing Sun, and that's nice, and, you know, you're gonna be able to use them to intercept this Kosovo Dervish, but they're gonna get hit on the flank really hard by this Streltsy fire, and you have not killed all the Streltsy yet. So, what might happen here is if the Winged Lancers are able to get off this fight against the Swordsmen and push around and get into the cookie jar, if all the Hawklands go down, it doesn't matter how much damage Kislev will have taken, they'll immediately regain the value lead, and then they're fighting way worse infantry in the front line. They can bully state troopers. Like, Kislev has no problem clearing spearmen and swordsmen. It's just super easy because they've got Winged Lancers to just cycle charge and bully them all to death. They cannot keep letting the Hawklands farm value, though. There's gotta be some kind of push through here. And the problem is that the Winged Lancers are just continuing to stay stuck on the Swordsman. This one Winged Lancer could kill all these Hawklands right now if they were able to get through, through the front line. But good positioning by Vernies. He's just reinforcing. He's been really good about forming nice solid walls around the Hawklands. And now that all of the other Kislev shooting units are gone, there's no pressure on any of the state troopers or cavalry. And it's just going to be, it's probably just going to be reinforcing and then triple capping Kislev in return. If they even need to, they might be able to just get the double cap quickly and just sit on that for the rest of the game. They're behind, but they're not that far behind. They finally secure a point to get some tickets going again. Ice Maiden's Kiss is going down, getting a little damage on the Outriders. I do think the Ice Magic could be pretty good here. Tempest is really good against the Empire because it clears out state troopers really nicely. Blizzard is good because it can kill great swords and cav. Can catch them in the radius of it. There's not really any good spells, though, to kill Hawklands, now that I'm thinking about it, though. It's not really any magic missiles, not any direct damage spells that are very effective against them either. It really is like Little Grom and then cavalry diving. And you can see it not playing out very well for Kislev because of that. They just are massively outranged by these Hawklands, and Little Grom can't clear them all. Alright, Little Grom thought it was going to shoot, and then it decided not to. It's going to fire now. Now it's going to shoot. Some okay damage against the great swords. Little Grom is pretty good at shooting infantry, but it's not really the ideal, optimal moment for that right now. Griffin Legion are finally in the Hawkland Long Rifles. I think what Kislev needed to do is stay back and build up a little bit and play the outside points. Like, they capped these other two objectives. They didn't need to fight over the number one at all. Again, you just, like, deny value to your opponent's, like, shorter range. They're shorter range to Little Grom, but longer range to your missile core. Just move up on the number 2, cap with your infantry, rotate a few over to the number 3 to hold that while the rest kind of pull back to your ridge line and see if you can, like, bait the Empire forward. So the more stretched out you make the Empire front line with all these state troopers, the harder it'll be to protect the Hawklands. Because Empire's just going to be spread really thin. Like, they already are having trouble protecting these Hawklands when they've got, like, a dominant amount of infantry on the field. They're just having to spread out just enough to cap points, and it's giving enough of an opportunity for these Griffin Legion to get in and get some great value, man. I mean, they shut down 2 Hawklands. And now there's a Kosovo Dervish that can maybe shut down the other 2, but I don't think that's going to help Kislev enough, because now there's, like, Empire Knights on the field. Vernies has a huge value lead, and he's sniped your lords, so It's a valiant effort, but one that I don't think is going to have too much juice left in the bank. Gets hit by Searing Doom, and Empire Knights are running down Tattered Remains, and the Engineers have a restock, I'm sure. Yeah, so they're just going to drop that down on the Hawklands, give them a ton of ammo, and 2 Hawklands with a bunch of ammunition. It's going to be enough for the late game for the Empire to just bunker up around and just, like, blast everybody to bits. And Vernice is playing off of the hills very nicely. Like, this is a really strong position for stuff like Hawklands. You can reach all the way up onto the hill, I believe, with Hawklands from here. Actually, I think they'd be a little bit shy, but they can shoot behind the hill as long as the unit isn't, like, directly behind it. Like, where you can safely hide on this map in the open field is right here. You can get 2, like, infantry units and position them like so, to be hidden by pretty much anything that's shooting from the front. Anything that's up on the number 1 objective can fire in a little bit behind, but, you know, you can relatively safely keep units back here, and then you need to play out of the trees. If you see all this Hawklands, you just need to get away from them. And especially if there's engineer support. Engineers are disgusting. An absolutely despicable unit. You see them picking apart the armored Cossars. They're going to get a, yeah. What you just saw there is Mercurial Shot just absolutely macerating the entire armored Cossar formation. Just firing down the length of them and completely demolishing those guys. It's very painful to watch happen to you. I've seen it many times this corn. You know, Kislev can kind of keep the engineers a little bit more in check with their shooting, but, again, Hawklands just demolished them all, so it's a little bit tough for them to be able to do that. Knights of the Blazing Sun, Spearmen, a billion things back here trying to kill, Winged Lancers and Dervishes. Desperation mode for Cappy. Yeah, he's officially out of steam. The Empire is using the Royal Altar for Griffites to cap the outside point away from any combat, which is almost always a bad sign for your chance of winning, because your opponent feels so secure that their mega elite unit, which is like their heavy hitter, is just, you know, kind of trolling around, ignoring you. Capping a point and then gearing up for a big crushing charge. Cossar's probably gonna pretty much instantly proc their Fire Blood. Yeah, they take a wicked amount of damage. Leadership tanking into nothingness, and yeah, there you go, you get Fire Blood pretty much immediately. Knights of the Blazing Sun charging the Streltsy. Streltsy gonna hold here, okay. Not gonna do too hot against the Knights. Knights of the Blazing Sun are a really solid unit. Streltsy, they've got some stats to them, they've got some AP and melee, but they're a very middle-of-the-road unit for, like, both roles that they occupy. They really want to shoot more than they want to fight. Being locked in combat is definitely better for the Empire than for the Streltsy to be able to fire uncontested. State Troopers looking cool as hell. You know, if State Troopers performed like as well as they looked aesthetically, I think they would be a pretty top tier like low cost infantry. Although it's kind of a good thing that they're as weak as they are, because Empire does not need help. Empire is the best kite faction in the game. I don't think anybody comes close to touching them. Oh, actually, I guess the Dark Elves. Dark Elves and... maybe just Dark Elves. I think Dark Elves are probably the only ones that can lay claim to the top spot in the same way. Yeah, like, maybe Wood Elves, although, honestly, like, Wood Elves love to kite, but they also really are quite good in the melee fights. in a way that a lot of other ranged factions just are not equipped for. Because, like, the baseline infantry for the Wood Elves is just really good. I mean, Dryads clear out a lot of the other cheap infantry in the game pretty effectively, and then, you know, Eternal Guard are a nightmare for cavalry because of the AP. Beastmen don't really kite factions around at all, actually. I think just by pure necessity, Empire is the best kite faction, because they got so many synergies around it. Like, you go War Wagons and Engineers, and then, stuff like that, and you can just, like, value trade your opponent off the field, then go for caps. Dark Elves are, like, the closest to being able to do the same thing with, like, Scourge Runners and their repeater crossbows, and stuff like that. Medusas, and the like as well. Everybody else plays a little bit more of a mixed game, and does better on average when they play into that more mixed combined arms style. I know people think of the Empire as a combined arms faction, and I mean, I guess they are, but not necessarily because all elements of the combined arms is good. Like, really, when you look at the Empire, they have absolutely crap infantry, and most of these range tools are not that strong. Their best ranged pieces are, Free Company Militia, just because they're cheap and they're, you know, pistols, and pistols do damage. Same as any other ranged tool. So, like, Free Company Militia, the Silver Bullets, and the Hawken Long Rifles. Those are, like, their best range pieces. Everything else is a step down. Noel Ironsides are really close to being a really good unit. I think they're a little bit less than optimal oftentimes, though, because Hawklands just do the shooting way better, and that tends to be more useful for the Empire in general. They've got shit infantry. They literally don't have a single good infantry unit. And I really don't care to hear how sometimes Flatulence and Greatswords can do good work. That's into, like, matchups and factions that have units that just lack the ability to scrap against greatswords when you're factoring in that you're also getting shot by war wagons and attacked by cavalry at the same time. All of the infantry for the Empire lose 1v1s against just about anything of equivalent cost on other rosters. So really what the combined arms ends up being is the artillery for the Empire, the cavalry for the Empire coming in big swarms and just overwhelming people, and then war wagons and grenade launchers. Like, really hard carrying what they do on this roster. And then decent lords. They've got really good lord options. Heroes are okay too. Combined arms, but not well-rounded about it. Crossbows are just really weak, man, because they get flattened by any kind of cavalry charge. Their range is good, but if you want something fairly long range, why would you not just spend on a Hawkland long rifle and get the AP piercing missiles and 260 meters range, which, by the way, is 100 meters more than the crossbows. Like, yeah, you're spending a lot more money. Yeah, Hawklands are ostensibly flimsier, but Hawklands are a little easier to defend oftentimes. Just because they're a smaller unit, so they're not as spread out, and, you know, it makes for much more constricted lines of defense, which is better for the Empire overall. Empire, if they're going to bring stuff like Hawklands and foot missiles, which can be vulnerable to getting run down, they're going to have to defend in a nice big brick, which is what we saw that last game, and which is why the Empire was able to win that one, because, like I said, the second they started spreading out against Kislev, even though Kislev was functionally tabled, they were still able to sneak some cavalry units through and get on top of those missile troops. If you bring a bunch of crossbows and you're even more spread out, I actually think it just makes you, like, way more vulnerable against Kislev overall. Nolan and long rifle require direct... Yeah, the Hawklands don't require the same line of sight as Nolans. Because Nolans are shorter range, they do need to be in a much better position on higher ground. Hawklands can be on flatter ground because they can fire on a little bit of an arc. And they're longer range, so they can reach out a lot farther to hit things. So they're usually going to have like a couple of good opportunities to volley off and poke things down. No, the Engineer shot is better than a Chimera. Chimeras actually do worse damage to Armored Cossars than a Mercurial shot. Mercurial shot will half health a unit. Like, just one of them. If you double it up, you can one-shot units. RR Hellstorm is really, really good. That's one of the better artillery pieces in the entire game. It's really limited on ammo, so you need a restock for it, but it shreds everything. Yeah, I mean, literally, exactly, Chom. That's all you need to do. Spear unit on each side of range units. Protect the angles. It's just easier to protect fewer range units than more, which is why I think crossbows are kind of shit, because if they do get attacked, crossbows fold up just as hard as Hawklands do. And they just don't offer the same value trade potential, and they don't offer the same, pressure. Because people fear Hawklands. Hawklands are just way more dangerous, so people get a little antsy thinking about what they need to do to try and jump in and engage against you. Oh, yeah, Kislev can take Ulrika. Ulrika could be good against a Hawkland line. She can dodge. She's kind of hard to hit. She's got good magic. She is pretty expensive, though, which is a problem. I don't know, man. I'll keep thinking of things that maybe you can do to kind of take down the Empire's Kislev there. I do think that's probably a tough-ish matchup for Kislev. I think what you need to do is just go Little Grom, lots of infantry, probably don't bring Streltsy in at first, and just go for basic Kossars and Kossar Spears. Maybe a couple Kislevite warriors, and then build up before you make any attempt to push the main Empire position. You need to poke them a little bit harder with Little Grom against the Hawklands, and make the Empire antsy and make them move up first. I think that matchup probably just shakes down to who makes the other player blink first. So we got New Jersey and Nome here. Ogre Kingdoms, Tomb Kings. Brutal matchup for the Ogre Kingdoms. They never beat the Tomb Kings, hardly. The reason is just that Ogre Bulls, as good as they are at beating up like low armor, crap infantry like Skellies, they have to have Novelar support to do it effectively. Otherwise, they just tend to downtrade pretty horrifically. And the problem with the Novelars in this matchup is there's fear on everything. So Novelars have nothing to stop them from getting all freaked out and panicked, except for putting them around Greasus. And if you're going Greasus into Tomb Kings, Greasus will just get shot to death, so you can't really run the leadership blob like you can against Counts. Like, against Counts, you can run Greasus and it's fine, because, yeah, he's slow as dirt, but Counts are pretty slow, too, for the most part, and Greasus can beat up on some of the big lords and White Kings and provide huge buffs on a point, blah, 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 blah. I think Golg is definitely the right way to go against the Tomb Kings. He's got Deadeye, so he can poke the lords and the characters from a long distance, which isn't bad. I mean, as long as it's a single entity, he can get, you know, a good little bit of damage off against them. He's got a heal, he's ITP, which is really important, so he doesn't get terror-routed by War Sphinxes, or Sphinx of Uzkef, or Hyro Titans. I don't think a Higher Titan would be great against Ogre Kingdoms, but, could probably do some stuff. Anyways, we'll just watch as this game gets underway. We've just been seeing some poke. We got a Screaming Skull Catapult coming out. These things just absolutely ruin Gnoblars. I mean, the leadership just goes in the absolute freaking toilet as they start getting hit by this thing, because it doesn't take away 8 leadership like the tooltip implies. You've got to remember that artillery provides a base -10 to leadership. -8 here for some reason. I don't know why it's sometimes -8, sometimes it's -10. Regardless, you lose 18 to 16 leadership, and that's a third of Gnoblar's entire leadership. It's only a 45 at base, and then you factor in fear, and that's another -8. So it's just impossible for the freaking Ogre Kingdoms, dude. I mean, they literally cannot do anything in this matchup. As long as the Tomb Kings don't just fall asleep at the wheel, they just clear all the Gnoblars, and then they kite out characters. They can use, like, tons of cheap mobility and annoying units like this Necrotech to go and, you know, occupy the Lead Belchers. Lead Belchers get charged by the Necrotech. He's actually doing decent damage to it. He's killed a model on the Lead Belchers already. He applies the blinded effect. And now the Carrion come in to land on these guys. And a million Ogre Bulls just kind of out of position up here. Not really doing a whole lot. The Mornfang Cavalry have been getting shot up by all these Horse Archers too. Which is pretty unfortunate. You got Chosen of the Gods also contributing a bit here, I would imagine. Ogres are going to grab the number 2 objective for now. But I think that's honestly okay. What the Tomb Kings really want to do here, just have their Ushabti anchor on top of the Skeleton Spears. You want to use Arkan not to try and Spirit Leech down Golg, because Golg has a heal, as I've mentioned. Get rid of the Firecaster. He's got Burning Head. He's like one of the few units that can, like, clear out your skeletons. Like, skeletons are not going to get cleared out effectively by Gnoblars and Pigbacks with Ogre Bull support. Like, they're not doing terribly, but you can see the second there's any mass in the mix, the Skeleton Spears are immediately stiffening up and just ruining the Ogre Bull's day. Oh, and you got Necropolis Knight Halberds getting a pulse around on Gold here. If Gold dies, the entire army is going to run away. Which should honestly be pretty funny to see. Ogre Bulls are chasing back Skeleton Horse Archers, using those thick, meaty bodies to catch some arrows. Mornfang Cav are being pressured really hard and doing absolutely nothing. Ooh, good push through with the Ogre Bull dual weapon up here. You know what Gnome could use right now is a Saber Tusk pack to come in and just rip these bulls open. Or sorry, not a Skeleton Horseman. Skeleton Horsemen to get after the Ogre Bulls would put these guys down pretty bad. Because they're an anti-infantry unit and they got really bad melee defense. Skeleton Horsemen on the charge actually do really great damage against these light armored boys. They stomp that catapult though. They're down in value still. It's looking a little bad over here. You can see these Gnoblars are just constantly on the verge of running away. But the Ogre Kingdoms have got the double cap, and they're still grinding it out. Skeleton Horsemen are going to blunder into the Ogre Bulls here. Really nice charge for the Ogres. But the Horsemen are going to get around the flank here, and they could kill this Lead Belcher. Double Lead Belcher, kind of hammering away at these guys. Maybe able to crumble them out before they're in combat for an extended period. They are going to close, and they're going to get some decent damage here. Probably not going to finish this unit off, though. Gnome is going to bring out the Amble Peak Greybacks. Oh, you never see these guys. They're super cool. Very fun unit. Love to see if they're able to get some value here, but it's looking a little rough in the middle for the Ogre Kingdom suddenly. They were holding okay, but they've been slowly whittled down here, and you can see their front line in complete disarray. With the Necropolis Knights potentially in a spot on the battlefield where they can run down the Lead Belchers. and take down the Ample Peak Greybacks, and maybe even get this other Lead Belcher. But good focus fire coming in, hammering these poor Necropolis Knights. Ooh, wowee, let's see it. Come on, baby, let's see it. Firebelly is getting surrounded, but it's not a good engagement for the Tomb Kings because the Ample Peak Greybacks just wander into this fight, immediately start throwing hands. I really want to zoom in on these guys because they look cool as hell. I just love their little mains. I mean, it's a shame that the Ogre Kingdoms just don't really run anything outside of their, like, safe units. Because the thing about the Ogre Kingdoms is they're a perfectly fine faction, but they play a very limited style. It's kind of hard to fit in some of these more expensive, like, cooler type units. Because they've got, like, generally cheaper options that do about the same thing and maybe a little bit better. Maybe the Greybacks are a unit that just doesn't get a lot of experimentation. Maybe there's some teeth to them, I'm just not 100% seeing it. Yeah, good sweep up out here for New Jersey. He's gonna grab a double cap. Gonna grab a triple cap for the time being, but it's gonna probably end up being a double cap, because the number 2 is not very well held. What is doing all this? Oh, the Chosen of the Gods! They've been running for a decent amount, but now they're secure again. They're trying to shoot Golg. I'd swap over to the Ample Peak Greyback since he's getting healed. He's just such a pain in the ass to try and kill. Usually you just want to tar pit him until you can bring in like a dedicated anti-large fighter. You know, the Necropolis Knights earlier, the other one got really good value off of them, but I think right now you just want to shoot down the elite stuff here. Kind of interesting that the Ample Peak Greybacks don't have full cap weight. Ogre Bulls, of course, do. A little bit odd. Maybe even, I don't know. I guess it's fair. You don't want, like, too much cap weight for the kingdoms. Ogre Bulls are already cheap enough. I guess I don't really need another, like, set of units that typically wouldn't have full cap weight, but do. Really, the thing for the Ogre Kingdoms is the reason they feel like they have better cap weight than just about everybody else is because it's so hard to remove cap weight off of the Ogre Kingdom units because they have such high HP pools on such low numbers of models. Generally, on average, they're going to have higher cap weight than similarly beat-up units. Because, you know, you can go down to about half health on a 16 model unit, and you end up with 14 models still. Ample Peak Greybacks catch the Chosen of the Gods, and New Jersey is kind of falling asleep out here at the wheel, and that's a huge loss. The Greybacks are looking the worse for wear out of the whole deal, but they're, you know, I mean, going down here. The Chosen of the Gods may be able to squeak away with a little bit of leadership in some models so they can maybe get rid of the Lead Belchers. Lead Belchers have been pretty well protected and done great work, but, you know, unless we start to see some kind of a hold out of some of these Noblars and Ogre Bulls, I just don't see it, man. Because now they're in the position of getting run down by Skeleton Horsemen. You can see the Horsemen are just providing enough presence to allow the Nehekara Warriors time to clear the Noblars, and then they both just double up on the Ogre Bull duty. Because Ogre Bulls, again, only have 30 armor. They're just really vulnerable to any source of damage. It doesn't have to be anti-large. The reason people bring halberds against the Ogre Kingdoms is usually not for the Bulls, but for the Mournfang Cav and the big monsters, like the Stonehorns that have pretty good armor values. Gold popping his Bugmans. He's heal capped, though, so he's not really going to be able to do a whole lot. Arkin with 1600 value is cheeky. Firebelly really hadn't done much. Kind of a waiting game to see what happens from here. Ogre Bulls are engaged against a bunch of stuff they're not going to do very well against. They'll get a little bit of value here for sure. They're just not really being very well utilized. Good cascading fire cloak, I guess. That's going to give him a little bit of extra time, and maybe long enough for this other ogre bull to get in and adequately reinforce. Oh my god, Arkin gets blasted! Oh, the lead belchers and probably Deadeye finish him off. Dude, is Gnome going to do the impossible and win a game against the Tomb Kings on Ogre Kingdoms? Graybacks getting finished off. Mournfang Cav over here get absolutely clapped is the big problem. You got the cap here. Losing it over here. Carrion coming in, trying to finish up the Lead Belcher. Carrion are just not very good in terms of damage output. Like, even against Lead Belchers and their bad melee defense, they're barely getting over the threshold to have a reasonable chance of hitting. And they don't have great weapon strength. They have really low model count. So, honestly, I think Carrion best left at home. Just bring more Skeleton Horsemen. More Skeleton Horsemen for cap weight. At the very least. And, honestly, grounded units tend to do more than enough work against Lead Belchers. Anyways. Excuse me. Ogre Bulls moving over, doing their thing. Carrying over here, doing God knows what. Fighting Noblar Trappers. Continuing to not do much of anything. They just don't get value. There's a couple of matchups where Carrion are okay, but they're more a distraction piece, and I think the big damage-dealing weapon strength of Ogre Bulls makes the Carrion a liability that you're just very ill-suited to, you know, be sending out. Probably one of the few Tomb Kings units that's actively bad in this matchup. Most everything else for the Tomb Kings is pretty solid. Like, even their Skeleton Spears are okay here. Nice Burning Head. You know, the Firebelly is tried to clear out the Skeleton Spears and Nakar Warriors. He's not really able to get great Burning Heads because of how big the battlefield is. He's having to run around a lot. By the time he's getting to locations, oftentimes the fight is like either over or almost over. That was a good charge from the Bulls. You got to pull them back and cycle charge them, or you're just gonna, they're just gonna get chewed up here. Ogres are a faction that does not want to be in prolonged fights unless they have Noblar coverage, and as I said, Noblar coverage is very hard to come by in this matchup. So the micro has just got to be out of this world, like routinely like jumping in and out of fights and just hammering whatever they can get their hands on. Flame Incarnate is going off. I am genuinely curious if this is getting any value for the Firebelly. Really, he had close to 700 something earlier. I don't think it really did a whole lot, to be honest. His abilities are kind of crap. I think if Flame Incarnate was like a shorter duration but an AoE, then maybe it would be an okay ability. As it stands, it's like a really janky campaign-only type of thing. You know, the Tomb Kings are having trouble locking down the points that they need to close this game out. And I think part of the reason is that there's been so many Carrion summons. And this one has gotten okay value, but I think it's coming twice to get this 800, and the other ones I've seen have been way less effective. They are finally engaging on a unit that they should be fighting, which is Pigback Riders, though. Probably going to be able to chew these guys up with the Necrotech support, especially since there's all these debuffs going off. Maybe that was the idea, was Necrotech dives, supported by Carrion swarms. Still think Skelly Horsemen would be better at it. You got a big win over here. You need to peel off and get to the middle point, because you got to cap this. Like, maybe... Oh, but we do save the #1, so there is a double cap for the Tomb Kings now. Oh, that's massive. And the Skeleton Horse Archer getting up onto this point, and the Nakar Warriors pushing in. able to help lock it down. The Carrion did break the Pigback Riders. Thanks to the Necrotech support. Maybe we see them providing the buffering they were intended for, I guess. Perhaps. Necrotech with his little van braces has got to be one of the most annoying characters in the entire game. I mean, he debuffs anything he touches by, you know, 3 or 4 country miles. I mean, minus 24 melee defense, minus 24 melee attack, accuracy, all the good stuff. Ogre Kingdoms played this about as well as they could, and they still didn't win. Oh, God, dude. Poor guys. I mean, the Noblars and the Pigbacks, just freaking useless. The Lead Belchers were pretty much doing everything they could to keep the Ogres in this game, and it just wasn't enough. Oh my god. Shabti did pretty good. The Necropolis Knights were solid. The Horsemen were solid. He's got maxed out Horsemen. So I guess the triple Carrion is just a reflection of the fact that he doesn't really have the money to summon too many more. I don't know. Yeah, triple Carrion is fine with that build, I guess. Still don't love him. Still think I'd prefer something else, but for lack of the cheap options that I'm thinking of, since he's already got his bases covered there, they work. That's actually kind of stupid. If the shot just lands near you, it's a -8. And if it actually hits you and kills like 10 of your friends, it's -10. Maybe they could flip that around a little bit. I don't know. I don't think artillery even needs to provide a leadership debuff. If I'm being honest, I think it's kind of unnecessary. Like, maybe they could halve the leadership damage from the artillery, and it could make the actual artillery pieces with leadership effects better. Like, they're already good, but it could give them that little bit of edge that's otherwise lacking. Iron Guts are not good, that's why. Iron Guts have some kind of attack animation bug. I am so convinced of that fact. They should, on paper, be an incredible unit. They suck, unfortunately. Every time I see people bring Iron Guts, unless you're spamming Iron Guts, you're never going to see one really uptrade. If you want this AP anti-infantry role covered, then the best thing you can do is Ogre Kingdoms. Forget about the Iron Guts and just go straight for the big boys. The Golgs Maneaters are your anti-infantry unit. They rip and tear everything to shreds. They are great. Iron Guts are bad. And I honestly couldn't tell you why it is. They suck so hard. Because you look at them, I mean, they got good stats, like across the board. Really nice mobility piece for all intents and purposes, looking at them in a vacuum. Just when they actually get into combat, they don't seem to do damage the way that they're intended to. Which is why I think they're bugged, but, I mean, that's an anecdotal opinion. I cannot verify that. You know, your guess is as good as mine. Gnome got 2 Ogre Kingdoms. Got 2 Ogre Kingdoms Tomb Kings games. That's just dirty, man. For a single faction tournament, I would be steaming. I'd be steaming if I got screwed on matchups like that. I would not be happy. Wait, he got... Dude, did Gnome seriously just only play Tomb Kings this tournament? That sucks, dude. What the hell? He played Bright, he played Welsh, and New Jersey. brother. Oh, brother. Yeah, honestly, more bodies, less quality, max out Belchers, Cats, and Cav is probably the closest that you'll get to a decent army against the Tomb Kings. You just gotta go, like, more mobility, and you gotta cycle charge endlessly into the Tomb Kings as Ogre Kingdoms for a win. Because your Noblars are never gonna get you anything. They're always gonna be a drain on your manpower. I mean, you can just bring the 200 gold basic ones and just pray they do something. That's what I would do. And maybe Noblar Flingers. The Slinger Noblars could be okay against Tomb Kings. At the very least, they, like, maybe get your opponent to, like, dive and you can, like, rally it back and kill some skeleton horsemen about it or something. I don't know. You gotta use the Sunmaker ammo very sparingly. This is an actual catastrophe. I mean, it only gets 8 volleys, man. Like, this is a 1,700 gold artillery piece, and you just wasted a whole volley shooting at Icket and doing 0 damage. I mean... You can't leave it on fire at will. This is an artillery piece that absolutely should never be allowed to choose its own targets. You can see it can miss shots too, even though it fires a lot of missiles. There's no guarantee that it makes contact every time. Hopefully there's an engineer. Oh, there is an engineer. And he's got restock. Okay, we're good. We're good. I still don't love the use of the ammunition early. I would definitely be waiting for the Warplock Jezzails to move forward. I mean, shooting the clan rats is, like, cute, but honestly, Night Runners would be a better target. Especially what you could do here. Because artillery typically, with their, with the way they calibrate shots, they tend to fire a little high. What you do here is you actually want to shoot at this front Night Runner, because most of the scatter shots are going to be landing past them. Be more likely to get collateral that way. Nice Burning Head. You're going to see a lot of Skaven trying to escape from this. Ooh, but it wobbles right down the middle of them. Throws a few clan rats, doing some damage. See, what the hell is going on? Oh, is he targeting ground? I think that this shot right here might have been an instance of Verni's trying to target ground on the Natty Bubo sharpshooters. Because Boris got netted, and he got shot up by the Jezzails pretty hard, which is why he's, you know, lost so much HP. I bet my bottom dollar that Verni saw the purple tracers, thought that those Natty Bubos were here, and just fired in here, and just a little bit off with the targeting. Good charge with the Knights of the Blazing Sun. They get shot up a little bit. They definitely take a little bit more damage than I'd be happy about, but they do remove a Night Runner. A Night Runner with basically full ammo too, which is awesome. Now we got another Knight of the Blazing Sun here. Look at this, dude. Bernie's is going all out to crush the Night Runner Corps, and now he's moving his State Troopers up on the point. Because he has killed a decent number of clan rats. The Hellstorm Rocket Battery is not doing anything effectively or efficiently this game. But honestly, does it really even need to? I mean, it's already forced the Skaven into kind of an awkward advance. It kept the Jezzails way back, and now it's actually getting some good value. Now, immediately, just one volley, 500 more value than I had just a minute ago. Night Runners are trying to keep the Knights of the Blazing Sun occupied and controlled, but struggling horrifically. They get charged down. Another one is fairly low. The other back here is just waiting in the wings, and Sunmaker just blasts the Jezzails into smithereens. Nothing left of this unit, hardly. They're down to 15 models, less than half health. Their leadership is broken, and it won't rally until damage by artillery wears off, which could be another, like, 10 seconds or so. I can't remember how long it takes between leadership checks for negative effects to go away. Damn, it's a long time. Are they not going to rally? Attacked by artillery. There we go. Now they're going to rally. Okay, that's a long time. Ikit gets absolutely crushed by Boris and some Knights of the Blazing Sun who are surrounding him. Boris is hounding this man down. Not letting up any pressure on him. We got the Sunmaker in a really tricky spot. You really need to be careful of friendly fire here. I've seen the Sunmaker do some pretty horrific damage to its own units before. It's one of the few artillery pieces that is unabashedly unafraid of murderizing their own guys. The Thing Menace, it's a cool unit. This is an awful matchup to try and make this thing work. This is not where you want to use a Hell Pit Abomination. I think the Thing is probably actually a pretty good monster against Khorne, actually. Provided you can keep the Marauder Horseman from shooting the Abomination to death. Just keep it away from any of the melee fire damage units, and Jezzails and whatnots can shoot down the Marauder Horseman of Khorne. That's where the Thing Abomination is okay. Not against Empire with all its shooting. Like, your opponent would basically have to be soft throwing on the Empire to lose to a Hell Pit A-Bomb. Because Empire is always going to be bringing some kind of range, and the Hell Pit A-Bombs are just really big, slow, dumb, and lumbering, and that makes them the perfect targets for shooting. More Sunmaker shots, 1300 value. It's gotten pretty much all the restocks from the Engineer. It's actually got 2 left. It's not bad. Nice Burning Head. It's just a full, like, FU Skaven numbers build. He brought the Sunmaker to kill numbers. He brought Burning Head to kill numbers. He's just completely ignoring weapon teams. It's not like the Skaven are even not doing that much damage. I mean, they've put down some pretty good work on Boris. Hammered some of the State Troopers pretty hard, and the Knights are all pretty beat up. You can see that both Knights of the Blazing Sun are on death's bed, but it's just survivable damage for the Empire at this point. Like, they've done a much better job of preserving their infantry. Their Lord did not get sniped, and he's a healing Lord, so another built-in little advantage for the Empire there that they're taking full advantage of. He got hammered early, and he's healed almost fully to his cap, and, I mean, that's at, 4/5 of his HP, so he's looking pretty good. Eshin Triad's getting thumped. Sunmaker turning its attention to some Skaven slaves. I wouldn't be surprised if the Skaven slaves insta-route as they get hit here. If Boris doesn't insta-route them. So you can probably just land on the rear of these guys and immediately run them off the field. Spearmen get absolutely shredded by one volley from the Poison Wind Globes. These things are disgustingly powerful. I mean, they are no joke. Cannot let them get volleys off. Although, on one Spearman just tootling around out here, it's really not that big of a deal. That is a disgusting Burning Head. Skaven slaves all getting roasted into oblivion. Value on the Bright Wizard isn't that great, but you don't need it to be. Warplock Jezzail is getting hit by more follow-up shots from the Sunmaker. Skyuse, he's going back to give it another restock, I think. Yep. You can see one restock is all you need for the Sunmaker. I mean, it fires literally an endless wave of rockets to just blast apart the Skaven infantry. It's just endless torment. Spearmen are getting hit by some shots here. They're gonna die, but Boris is able to close the ground from the other side, and he's got the weapon strength to be able to pull this unit apart at the seams, and they're probably going to tear out in just a moment here. Boris is going to start applying all of his debuffs. can see White Cloak of Ulrich and Blood Roar already active. Crush the Weak is going to proc here in a moment. So the leadership is starting to drop, and yeah, there you go. Losing melee attack, melee defense, leadership. Don't Terror Route, though. So Boris, because he's getting hit by the Gutter Runners here, he's going to get the hell out. He is getting thumped by them. I used to think the Gutter Runners were a really bad unit. I just looked at them on paper. I disrespected the amount of ammo that they had and their short range. They're stupidly accurate, though, is the big thing about the Gutter Runners. And yeah, they fire all their limited ammo really quickly, but that does mean that you can unsummon them very, very easily and get a rebate on them before bringing them back out. And they're the type of unit that they use all their ammunition up, they get their value back, and then the rebate is just enough to be able to spam out like tides of Skaven infantry, which is pretty awesome. Maybe going for more Gutter Runners would have been the play for the Skaven here. Brutal Burning Head. They've also got Stalk, too, which is a big deal, so Sunmaker can't shoot them at range like he can against Night Runners. They got more Night Runners in, Clan Rats tootling around. Rat Ogres have done next to nothing this game. There's just nowhere for them to really set up that isn't, you know, a point of immediate danger for them. Like, there's Royal Altar of Griffiths out, Empire Knights are pretty good against them. Outrider Grenade Launchers can even put some good damage into Rat Ogres. Rat Ogres are really good at countercharging cavalry, but they suck if they get charged. They get absolutely folded up because of their 30 armor if they are the ones getting run down. Wolf Rats with poison attacks over here, just scrapping with the Spearmen. Spearmen actually got some good value here. Wow. 500. You know, I'm barely kidding when I say it's close to a record, I think, for State Troopers. Ashen Triads getting thumped. They're going to rout here. Yep. Bye-bye. And the Sunmaker still has some shots. 2,200 on it. Honestly, firing at the Ashen Triads again isn't a bad idea, because they're healthy enough that they'll rally on leadership. Just guarantee finish on them. Knights of Blazing Sun are good enough to just kill these Poison Globes outright anyways. That's going to be some brutal friendly fire damage. Ooh. Knights really lucky that they avoided the worst of that. Oh, and the follow-up shots get the Ashen Triads as they try to peel. It's pretty awesome. Boris is routing a bunch of stuff. He's like, no value, but he doesn't need any. He's just literally here to not die. That's honestly, those are some of the best lords against the Skaven. The ones whose job is literally, I'm here to not get killed. And I'm just going to out-trade you with all of my other units, actually. Thank you. Ooh, that, Sunmaker fire putting some urgency into the footsteps of these Gutter Runners and Night Runners. They pitter-patter off the field. Yikes. Yeah, a little bit of friendly fire damage. Nothing too serious for the Knights, though. Somehow they're avoiding the worst of it all. Wolf Rat comes in and gets crushed by Knight of the Blazing Sun. Easy intercept right here. A good positioning of these Spearmen and an immediate unsummon on the Sunmaker as it's out of ammo. Bernie's just playing really clean, and Anderlin is just totally outmatched by the pressure that's being put down on him. He didn't have anything to counter the Sunmaker.
I knew it. Unending glory
And
is yours.
most artillery pieces you can get away with just ignoring them, but the Sunmaker is one of the few where you're kind of going to have to do something about it, especially if your opponent brought an engineer with it. It is not something that you can ignore and just not worry about. Yeah, unkillable terror, exactly. Like, you don't need value on Boris, you just need them to break Skaven units with leadership. That's another good point. You see something like the Sunmaker, it's a perfect time to go for a split push, play out of the forests, and go for a build-up strategy. Build up just massive numbers of Skaven and just hard push down the Empire. Now, bringing the Thing Abomination definitely made that a little bit tough. I still think it's doable with this build, but really just cut the Thing and get anything else. I mean, try it out in some of the other matchups, like against Nurgle, against Khorne. Those are two matchups where I can see it actually doing some heavy lifting. Empire is not the right time or place, unfortunately. And I do mean unfortunately. It'd be nice if the Hell Pit A-bombs were a little stronger. Like, give them, I don't know, more armor or something. I mean, they're like a hideous amalgamation of, like, tons of different, like, animals and Skaven forms. So, I don't know, they could be a little tougher about it, I guess. Or maybe just make them a little cheaper, because they're stupidly expensive. Especially the Thing. Like, if this, if the Hell Pit A-bombs for about 300 gold less, you might actually see them on occasion. Because the price point of 1800 is just ridiculous when you compare their performance to Mutant Rat Ogre. I mean, who's really not that much worse of a character at all. I mean, it doesn't heal, but you can always bring a Packmaster to just run around with the Mutant Rat Ogres and heal them that way. The less HP is whatever, because you're faster, and damage output isn't that much less. I mean, they got relatively even stats. The Mutant Rat Ogre just has more melee attack at base, though. Plus Frenzy, and the Hell Pit A-Bomb does not get Frenzy, so it's working with some pretty low base stats. Alright, let me get some more round 3, round 4 games. Kislev Count, Skaven Kislev, Empire Tomb Kings, Ogre Kingdoms High Elves, Empire Counts, more Kislev Tomb Kings, more Tomb King Skaven. You haven't watched any of the Tomb King Skaven, but there are multiple games with that matchup. I cannot imagine Skaven winning that very often. Tomb Kings in general just tend to be really good against low leadership factions or really expensive factions where their shooting can just get piles of value early. Oh, yeah, okay. This is an Ogre Kingdoms build that I can get behind. I don't know about the Burning Headcaster, per se. Actually, though, now that I'm thinking about it, that is actually a really good idea, because Kislev does really love Kislevite warriors against Ogre Kingdoms, and yeah, I mean, there is always the possibility of Kossars and Ice Guards, so why not? I mean, Armored Kossars are not bad against Ogre Kingdoms, they're just not that good.
Let's show them what you do for a living.
Truthfully, my favorite style against Ogre Kingdoms as Kislev is double Little Grom and just using them to absolutely demolish the entire Ogre Kingdom's army. Because Little Grom just kills Ogre Bull models outright. I mean, just brutally one-shots them. It can shoot down Nobbler Scrap Launchers and shoot down Morphing Cavalry. shoot down the lords, the heroes, anything and everything. I do really love them. And the way you guard Little Grom against Ogre Kingdoms, you just put it in the middle of a Kiss the Fight Warrior unit. Nothing is touching it at that point. Like, you'd have to bring in Blood Vultures to try and peel that. Get Ogre Bolt dual weapons on top of it. All the while, Little Grom is thumping away, and you got, you know, AP Halberds with Unbreakable on top of it. And a whole bunch of really nasty stuff that Ogres are not really gonna love to be persevering through. I would say this map is vaguely Ogre Kingdom's favorite, though. It's a small, tight, packed map with very poor angles and positions for artillery. If it's stuff like mortars, they can function really well on this map, but I don't know how Little Grom is really going to operate here. I mean, you can see really good positioning from Gnome is just completely nullifying it right now. He's got everything behind the shot blocker. Only using infantry and invisible units to cap the points. Like, beautiful. Mornfang Cav over here are a possible target, but Little Grom is creeping up and potentially getting into an ugly spot. What is happening here? Brutal hit from Deadeye, by the way. Well done, Gold. 200 value from that one use of Deadeye. Oh, yes. Burning Head of the Gods right here. And a decent rotation on it. I mean, could have, like, curved down and, like, gone through both Kiss the Fight Warriors a little bit more thoroughly. But not the end of the world. Blood Vultures and Gorgers. Going for the Costler Spears on the flank here. Get the Blood Vultures in before the Gorgers start getting ruined. Although they're doing okay right now. Oh, there we go. Now the charge bonus is wearing off, and they're really starting to drop HP. What is this? Heart of Winter? Oh, no, that's Ice Sheet, I think. No, that is Heart of Winter. No way. No, it's not hitting a damn thing, though. Heart of Winter does not do damage to single entities, guys. Like, please don't ever use it like this. Heart of Winter is for killing infantry, actually, believe it or not. It's a punish spell for blobs. It's not meant for, like, hitting single entities. Disgusting Burning Head, by the way. Like, a full huge amount of value out of it. I'm shocked that he's only got 600 value after that. He was slamming those Kiss the Fight Warriors. Lead Belcher's coming in, going to be able to help break this up, too. Yeah, Kislev is just not in a good spot. Like, on a more open map where Little Grom has more free range to, like, pick positions and fire off really accurate shots against high-value targets, this is just too constricted of a map. And Kislev is just having a lot of their units get run down right now. I mean, they're just not really set up at all to outlast any of the ranged pressure from the Ogre Kingdoms, and the melee fights are not going well either. All the Kislevite warriors are dead now. Our Kossar's getting cleaned up over here. Dervish is running for the hills. And all they have to show for it is one dead Scrap Launcher and a few dead Pigback Riders. Really enough to hang your hat on, to be honest. You can see Kislev is staying ahead slightly, but I think that's honestly pretty inflated. I really think they're quite far behind at this point. In terms of their win conditions that are out on the field. Like, they've got a lot of poke, they don't have a lot of holding power, and they just cannot grab an objective. Like, they keep trying to move up on the number 3. But they keep getting overwhelmed. I mean, these Pigback Riders and the Mornfang Cav have locked this down completely, all by themselves, pretty much. Very little peel and assistance from the rest of the Ogre Kingdom's army if they continue to persevere there. Little Grom dropping some shots, trying to hit the Lead Belchers, and hitting a tree, I think. That's what happened here. Probably, like, scattered a little bit. Hit this thing. didn't do anything. Another Heart of Winter. This one will actually do damage because monstrous units are, they got enough models in here to get hit pretty effectively by the AoE radius, and the damage is really not that bad on them. Still not ideal, but it's way better than against single entities, so, you know. Hang your hat on that, I guess. It still really is not looking that great. Used multiple Heart of Winters and has gotten nothing out of it. What the hell does, oh, increased damage. Wow, doubles the damage? Wow, for 4 WOM? That's crazy. Upgrade that every single time, then. For 4 Winds of Magic, you're doing double the damage? Please. Another shot hits the trees. Little Grom is completely useless. And this is pretty brilliant. I mean, this is just campaign 101. And it works in multiplayer too, man. I mean, people get caught up on single entities all the time. And you just use your lead belchers to punish the blobbed up infantry before they can do big damage to your single entity. You just clear out an entire unit. It's pretty awesome. I think Little Grom finally, yeah, Little Grom landed a shot there, and then immediately shoots another tree. I just want to see firsthand what it's hitting. This is definitely shooting terrain here. What the hell? Didn't even seem like it fired that time. Oh, it did. Is that it? No, that's just a rock. What the hell are these shots hitting? Oh. Why can't they pick it back up and put it in the cannon again? Come on! I guess they're running out of powder or something. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, you gotta look out for the positioning on your artillery. Sometimes it ain't hitting nothing. And this is a pretty prime example. I mean, it got rid of 1 lead belcher, I guess. It might have been the other shot where I wasn't sure where it might have bounced off. Ice Guard Glaives have been firing all game. It really didn't get that good of value, despite all that shooting. They're hanging around here, fairly efficient, but nothing incredible. Ogre Kingdoms are just dominating the points. I don't even know if Cappy is going to get a single ticket this entire game. Oh, and Warbear Riders. I didn't even see these guys overextending, dude. Oh, God. Looks like Blood Vultures, Lead Belcher Shooting, and Saber Tusk Packs were kind of more than a match for them. Is it really just the Blood Vultures and the Lead Belchers? That sucks. That's really sad, man. Poor guys, honestly. Kislev is really flailing here. I think this is more of a map diff than anything. I don't think that Cappy brought a bad build. I don't even necessarily he positioned poorly, other than the positioning on the Little Groms. What he really should have done is trundled them up to this little elevated position. Because this covers a lot of ground. It covers all of the number 1 and the number 2. And there's not really any great spots to sit and avoid the Little Groms from here. Like, this tree patch is the best you get. You know? I don't know if that would be enough, though. Enough cover, because you can't shove your whole army in there. And at some point, Little Grom will sneak a shot or 2 through. I just think a Druzhina and better positioning on the Little Groms would probably be just better, period. I don't like Warbear Riders. They suck. They have bad animations. They have bad damage output. Their stats are not that good either. I would look to get rid of the Armored Cossars, get some Horse Archers into this build, and definitely prioritize the Frostworm coming out. And sooner than later, and I would get a Patriarch in this build too. Everything else I think is fine. Just need a little bit more a little bit more mobile range pressure. Because you can use those guys to run around and poke Mournfangs, poke Gorgers, Ogre Bulls, pretty much anything and everything that doesn't have a shield. And you can just make sure that they stay away from, like, the good firing arcs of the Lead Belchers, and they'll be fine. It's a little easier said than done. Positioning is very tricky in this game. That's probably the most important skill to learn as you play more games, is where and when you should take fights, when and where you should take fights, and how you take those fights. And just having a good battlefield position where your units have good LOS, your opponent is restricted in their movement, and you're able to kind of swarm and surround is pretty much everything that you'll need to win games. If you watch somebody like Inticity, the biggest thing to take away from Inticity is not his army compositions. It's not, give me a second. I'm trying to put this on as succinct of a way as possible. It's not his unit composition that matters, and it's not how he's engaging his units into the enemy, necessarily. Inticity takes builds that should not work and beats people by outpositioning them. Every time I watch Inticity, that's my biggest takeaway. He is so good at forcing people into bad fights just by maneuvering his units around. And he does it so well that he's able to take builds that are less than optimal and really bully people. Because he understands how those units move. He understands how to peel for those units. He understands how to place them into battlefield positions where they're not exposed, and they trick people into thinking that they are. And Inticity also learns people's tendencies as players. He knows exactly how to take advantage of people's like standard play styles. Frenzy and a rat. Yeah, for real. Yeah, the Packmasters on the Broodhars are really good. They're super strong, and they got some great support like items and abilities, actually. Skaven. Tomb Kings is close. Inticity have like... Oh, that's another thing. Inticity is really good at using the hotkeys. Inticity just does not fumble his micro because he's never having to struggle with using the items and abilities in this game. Like, he's microing more units at once than most anybody else is. Yeah, Inticity does struggle into boxes sometimes. You have to play your like Mantide or Vermintide box really cleanly if you're gonna beat him, because you can't just like sleepwalk through it. Like you can against like maybe less skilled players in Inticity, because Inticity knows how to attack larger armies and isolate portions of them. Like if you're gonna go box against Inticity, you need to bring overwhelming firepower, and you need to make sure that he's not able to flank overload you and overwhelm your army piecemeal. Also, he plays a lot. He plays every freaking day, so he's just got more practice than most people. I'm sure there's somebody who'll come along and kind of knock Inticity off the throne. And I think it'll happen sooner than later. I mean, there's always, like, new and up-and-comer type players, you know? You just gotta keep an eye out for them. There's a guy who's started playing Semi recently, Potato Killer. He's really freaking good. I think he's very likely, if he just keeps playing and practicing, at being one of the like, top-level guys like Danikin or Inticity. So we got Nieper versus Vernies here. We got Counts versus Empire. Not actually as bad of a matchup for Empire as you could expect otherwise. This is an instance where the big archer lines can actually work pretty nicely. Because you don't have to worry about them getting counter-fired by anything, and you can always bring your heavy knights in to protect, and you swarm out with enough of them. Then you can just focus fire down all the low armor stuff that your opponent really needs, like the corpse cards, the crypt horrors, the ghouls even. Lots of stuff here is actually pretty squishy. Now, it is a little bit of a risk regardless, because zombie summons are always a thing. I mean, it's on a really short cooldown too. You don't have to have the Master Necromancer with his 3 insta-zombie summons to shut down a gun line. Just having 1 unit shut down for 120 seconds is enough time for you to be able to, like, subsequently lock down the rest over the course of time. It takes a little bit more patience, but it's very doable. Counts are just a really oppressive faction because of all their healing, all their mobility, all their swarming elements, like these Fellbats and Direwolves, man. Like, 1 Fellbat is nothing to worry about. A Fellbat and a Direwolf, and then, you know, like a Dragon. It's one of the more nightmarish, like, combinations of cheap and expensive units you can run into, because, they cost 375 gold, and their damage output sucks, but they can really tar pit mobile units, because they're crazy fast, they get on top of them, and then they have 44 melee defense, which means stuff like Pistoliers are never going to peel for themselves. Your opponent has to then waste time using cavalry to do something they don't really want to do, which is run down, like, Garbo units that are faster than them. And you can give the Vampire Counts a very clean and easy way to kind of, like, steamroll their opponent's army. Beautiful net, though, by the way, and we need to see a little bit more focus fire from the archers. You really need to kill the corpse cards. Now, this isn't the passive heal one, but it still provides the Vigor Mortis buff, which is by far the most important of the, like, elements to the corpse cards. Like, the Unholy Lodestone, the nicer thing about that, its minor heal is okay, but really the leadership is way better, and it still provides the perfect vigor. That passive healing takes a long time to really make any kind of difference, and it's better healing for stacking on Crypt Horrors and units that already have heal-type effects. So it really gets better over the course of a long game as you start bringing out the right units. Scab Scraith hitting the archers. This is one risk with the archers against Counts. Gotta make sure that your guys are 100 meters away, because double Scab Scraith will one-shot these ranged units. And, you know, you've committed a decent amount of money. Even though archers are really inexpensive, they're 350 gold, I think. When you got 4 of them, that's a decent little chunk of your army. I mean, it's no small amount of gold to be losing out on if they start getting hammered by spell effects. Yeah, I was about to say zombie summon right where we're about to see one would be super clutch right now, because this is going to lock down 2 archer units. One of them is completely tar pitted, and the other one, a lot of these models are going to be more occupied in melee now than they are actually shooting. Like, some of these guys can probably still fire, but now they're going to actually pull back and need to reposition. That's going to take a little bit of time. It's going to give an opportunity for the undead to potentially move into the back line. They're having some tough times with the state troopers, though, right now. Although a lot of this army really is just zombies. I mean, there's not really anything to fight the state troopers all that well. Von Karstein Lord is not having a good go of it either. He's really getting hammered by Bowfire, by Marcus Wolfheart. Bright Wizard's real low, and the Von Karstein Lord is still a tanky fellow. He's got invos, so he can keep healing himself if he needs to. Ooh, and the Firecaster goes down, and now there's some Cairn Wraiths screaming in, and Cairn Wraiths are actually amazing against Empire Cavalry. I am really surprised that people do not use Cairn Wraiths more. They're a fast unit with Frostbite. I mean, 48 speed. They lower speed by 30%. They got a lot of Physres, Strider, Terror. 850 gold. Like, yeah, they're weak to missiles, but... Or, sorry, to magic. But the Empire doesn't have a lot of magic damage. They've got silver bullets. That's great. Like, one unit cannot clear multiple Cairn Wraiths, though. And if Cairn Wraiths close the gap on the silver bullets, they just win immediately. I mean, they kill them in a heartbeat, so... We'll see about it. Vernies does have a value lead, but I don't know how true of a value lead this is. It's really going to come down to what the Cairn Wraiths are able to accomplish here. That's going to determine the outcome at this point. There's Dire Pack and Blood Knights with Lances that are causing a lot of problems. You got a Corpse card over here that can still provide buffs. The Konigstein Stalkers are relatively healthy. Good positioning. Moving the Silver Bullets forward, and they get a really nice volley on that Corpse cart. Good breath attack, but good wheel around from the Silver Bullets to get after the Von Karstein Lord and to avoid a lot of that breath attack damage. It's a little too late for him. He's going to land on top of these guys. Oh, but the archer fire from the trees is doing some huge work against our boy here. Where are the Scab Scraiths? We haven't really seen them coming out cleanly anymore. Cairn Wraiths are routing a bunch of stuff over here. The Undead are not holding any points. Blood Knights are way in the back line here. And the Blood Knights that were in the open field have all gone down. They just eventually got worn out by all the shooting. See a lot of bodies out here. Empire Knights, though. Knights of Blazing Sun. Really cool models, man. Empire is some of the best looking armor in the entire game. Like, their guys can look a little bit, you know, plainish. But the color schemes are awesome. And when you combine the color scheme with, like, the really heavily armored guys, where you've got a lot more trim, you get some really beautiful results. I constantly gush about the aesthetics of this game. I can't help it, man. It's impossible to not talk about. Empire is dominating the undead at this point. I mean, Counts just now got the #1 objective. They got shot up really bad. The Mantide looked pretty good this game. I do feel, though, like this is a very counterable build for the Counts. They probably just need to delay an initial advance up into the main formation and then think about overwhelming, though. Like, you just trot your zombies, like, army up here and then just get mobility out to grab the #3 away from the Pistolier Corps. Because you can use your mobility a little bit more freely over here, because you can always reinforce with just, like, garbage units. Or bring out Crypt Ghouls from the Vanguard and just slowly push down any mobility tools for the Empire. Isolate them and kind of crush them. Diving this entire army with your really slow units is not a great idea. If you want to push an Empire army aggressively that's, like, loaded up with archers, what you really need is some Graveguard. Like, just Graveguard shields are perfectly fine. It's all you need. You'll very quickly wear out the ammo, and just persevere through it all while you close the gap against the Empire army, and you'll start to kind of crush through the State Troopers eventually with Graveguard, while you just have the archers forced into shooting zombies and garbage. Eventually the Graveguard will make a little lane for you to push through, and then you just kind of like go right up the gut and you start peeling through all of the range tools that are, you know, in danger of getting overrun at that point. And the one corpse card over here provided enough support for, eventually, for the undead to kind of grab this objective, but they're really far behind now. The corpse carts are all dead, the White Kings and the Vampire Lord have been doing okay, but they're not carrying the game the way they need to. I do love the Von Karstein Lord. I do not think that the dragons are a very good idea against Empire, though. They actually get outfought by Franz. They don't trade into Boris all that great because Boris is just an absolute nightmarish tank. He's just a lot to handle, even for these really strong characters. I think that Von Karstein Lord on the Hellsteed is better here. You put him on the Hellsteed, he's stupidly fast at that point. He's still got all of his abilities and spells that are really good against the Empire. He's just a lot safer to utilize, though, because he's less vulnerable to the shooting. Although we've seen some really good nets out of Marcus. Marcus really made this build work because he was able to hit some huge nets. Like the very first one in the game got a lot of vampire count units punished by killing the corpse cart, wearing it out real early. It meant that the frontline engagement for the state troopers, which was something that they needed to be a little worried about because leadership was kind of bad on these guys, made it a lot easier of an engagement because they just were not really nearly as worried about perfect vigored up, like, dangerous infantry. Huge terror route in the middle. The entire army for the Empire starts terror routing as Marcus goes down. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Guys. If there's a triple cap here, and if... Oh my god, there's leadership breaks in here too. Oh my god. Are the vampires gonna get a triple cap and win this game? No freaking shot, dude. Oh, the last unit on the point routes and the Cairn Wraiths. Oh my goodness gravy. Just don't walk off this point until you cap it. I don't even know what to say. Oh, the Empire is capping over here on the number 3. Yeah, good job killing all those zombies with the grenades. Wow, look at all those bodies, dude. Holy yuck. Yeah, Fellbats are on the way in. The Cairn Wraiths are going to be late. What you do is you get that big-ass dragon over here, and you rear charge everything over here. You get the Cairn Wraiths to start heading over. And you leave the White Kings and the Crypt Ghouls on this point. Beautiful burning head. Oh, Feasters in the Dusk. Ooh, getting roasted pretty bad. Crypt Ghouls holding over here. Need cap weight. So Conic Stalkers is a really good summon. They've got full cap weight. Standard skeletons. They have 2 cap weight, and the Conic Stalkers have 5, which is why I think they're probably, ironically, despite being bad as an ROR, probably the best ROR for the vampire counts. Because these guys have great armor, they've got poison, they're a little bit higher leadership than normal, and on top of having the full cap weight, so they're actually pretty freaking awesome. Ooh, a huge terror route terror route 2 electric boogaloo happening on the number 3 objective, and 50 seconds is plenty of time to grab the point back. Another counter push on the number 1. A lot of units rallying here for the Empire. Are they going to grab this point? Looks like they might. Huge cap over here. Everything needs to get back over, though. Leave the Conic Stalkers here just to, like, get up on this corner and immediately rotate all this stuff. Please, Neeper. Oh. I think his comeback happened a little too late. I also think that he didn't chase things off quite well enough. I know he needed to get the points. It's kind of hard to juggle all that, but he's got, like, some Fellbats back here that I think probably could have been used to maybe make sure that the infantry wasn't rallying as well as it ended up being able to. And, Karstein Vampire Lord is landing on our poor little pistoliers here. Empire is barely gonna hang on for a dub there. for a game that they had totally under control, ended up being surprisingly close in the end. That's the power of counts, dude. I mean, you can have them on the ropes all freaking game, and they can get one good engagement, and suddenly you're sweating a little bit, you know? It's too many Blood Knights. Blood Knights are a good unit, but they're a good support unit. They are not a unit that you spam out. I like the number of Fellbats and Direwolves. The Crypt Horrors never coming up was a problem. They would have been really good for the late game, because Archers used up all their ammo, and they got, like, solid value. They just didn't really, like, you know, win the game for the Empire. Really, the Burning Headcaster, and then some really good mid-game Empire Knight play kept the Empire in this one. And the Silver Bullets are going crazy with 2,300 value. You see, the Knights didn't really get a lot in terms of the value trades, but they occupied all of the Fellbats and the Direwolves and kept them in check for a majority of it. And then the shooting and a lot of the mobile units, and they were able to, you know, just keep things nice and controlled and evened out for the Empire, so they weren't getting overwhelmed anywhere. Grenade launchers, 350 kills, 1,400 value is kind of nuts. As the Silver Bullets just got most of the shooting at the Von Karstein Lord. The Crypts, or the Cairn Raids almost broke that game open. They got really good value. This one only came in once. This one came in twice, but it value traded both times. Yeah, mouse clicking spells and abilities, I think, is what throws most people off with their micro, because they stop to click, and then their units aren't moving the way that they might have been earlier. They kind of slow down, and then they can get, like, bulldozed at that point. One thing I will say about playing against Anticity, the more aggressive you play against Anticity, the better. He is the kind of player that you actually want to try and really, like, scrap it up with. Because I find that Anticity is very, very good at slowing the game down and playing his style. And playing aggressive is the easiest way to kind of, like, knock people out of their, comfort zone. That would be something that'd be really sick. Importing the fantasy games to the new engine, that would be awesome. I'm excited for 40K, but I think it's gonna have some problems like all CA games do when it comes out. It's inevitable. Factions are going to be fairly limited. There's going to be a lot of units that are missing. There's going to be a lot of lords and like leaders that are not there at the beginning. It's going to have growing pains. And I think that Warhammer Fantasy is going to have a longish lifespan after 40K comes out, just because it's going to be a finished game by then. Or as finished as it's ever going to be, you know? So, I think we'll have time with this, you know, it's for the problems that the engine has now, you know, some of the flying jank and some of the pursuit problems that units have. It's still a great experience. I do love this game to death. Warts and all, it's just an unbeatable experience. There is no RTS with the same level of campaign enjoyability and multiplayer depth. Nothing comes close. Co 3 looks like a little baby arcade RTS by comparison with this. Especially since Domination opens up like a more traditional RTS experience. I mean, you got 24 factions. And the level of balance across all 24 is incredible because there are truly awful matchups for every faction. But then there's tons of even ones. And it's just really nice for variety. Like, you never see the same thing twice in this game, and that's what I love the most about it. Because the meta is always changing. Like, they're doing balance updates all the time. It takes ages for people to figure out what is, like, you know, truly at its peak on the current balance patches. So there's lots of experimentation in the early metas. I love the fire bellies. And they're creepy as hell. They give, like, their little masks give Leatherface energy. Like, I know they're not wearing somebody's face, at least I don't think they are, but it's got that same, like, I cut someone's face off and I'm wearing it vibe. Nice burning head, actually. This is something you gotta be really careful of on Eastern Isle Colony. Getting units bunched up between these pillars. It's a very constricted space, and burning head, it'll bounce off these walls. It gets a really bad rotation of the Ogre Kingdoms. High Elves are really fortunate that it bounced off and ricocheted in this direction. Because if it had hit this little corner and bounced back through these Illyrian Reaver archers, they'd be getting cooked really, really badly. I mean, they're already feeling a little bit of a twinge after that one, but they're pretty much they're not the worst for wear for it all. Leadbelcher's in the danger zone. They don't want to be this close. I mean, they're going to get a really accurate, high damage volley off. But the High Elves can just charge them down here for one. But the bows also are just automatically in range and can very easily poke down 50 armor Leadbelchers just from afar. I mean, they've got them moving now. What you do is disengage off this. Make sure your guys are, like, somewhat spread out and get a little half-moon crescent kind of deal going and just fill them full of arrows. The High Elves are having a hard time reforming their ranks, though, and the Iron Guts kind of push back some of the Reavers. Now the Nobblers are moving in, and they're going to be able to just occupy ground and keep the Spearmen pinned in place. Ooh, sneaky Ogre Bulls going through the trees, and now Ogre Bull dual weapons into the back line could charge down some of these archers and Lotherns and Spearmen and whatnot. It's a little bit of a reckless engagement over here for the Ogre Kingdoms. They don't need to be doing this at all. The spawn points are way too close on this map to really punish even, like, mediocre amounts of infantry on this back point is pretty easy to support and hold because of how close the spawns are. Your opponent has a huge line here. You do not need to fight over this right now. You can threaten engagements there just to keep your opponent occupied, but you don't have to actually attack them. And that's one thing that newer players definitely need to learn. More than anything else is just because I have a bunch of units in front of my opponent does not mean I actually have to fight them here. Like, sometimes just occupying your opponent's attention is as valuable or even more valuable than actually, like, fighting them in a toe-to-toe scrap. Because imagine this, you've got all these units over here, you're not engaged in melee combat, you're just acting like you're going to. You just have them running back and forth, like, kiting out some of the missile play, while these units over here are doing what they're doing now. They're, like, dogpiling onto the back of all these spearmen and, like, breaking this position up pretty badly. You're reinforcing with Mournfangs and firing with Leadbelchers, and you're just steadily, slowly reinforcing, while your opponent is just, like, completely immobilized over here with, like, a huge portion of their army. They, like, try to push out and engage you with, like, the Fireborn. All you need to do is just, like, pull back a little bit, outrange the infantry and the bows, and then you can wheel around on the Fireborn and get an isolation on them. So you can, like, force your opponent in some awkward spots over here without actually attacking them. That's what I think the Ogre Kingdoms really need to do here. So I think they would be in a winning position if they just hadn't engaged on this side of the field. They would have multiple Ogre Bulls, they would have a much healthier Fire Belly, and they wouldn't have a dead Golg on the field. That would probably be about all the value difference that's present in this game right now. And you can see how gassed the High Elves are over here. I mean, they don't really have much of anything left, and there's a nice little firing line for the Ogre Kingdoms getting set up over here with the Lead Belcher and now a Scrap Launcher. You can do some pretty heavy lifting with that. Fate of Buna on Mournfang Cavalry, not super effective, but, I mean, for lack of anything better to use on them, why not? I mean, Spirit Leech would do less damage, but it's more efficient damage for your Winds of Magic. Just something to keep in mind. I mean, the game is basically over, so you can just YOLO out a decent high damage spell, and then you just use the Fireborn to kind of bully these guys back, and it's going to be a GG. Yeah, I mean, the Iron Guts, just not doing it. There need to be more Noblars in this army. Noblars are really good against every faction except the Undead. You know, I mean, Ogre Kingdoms are just not good against Undead. They're good against most everybody else. They've at least got a fighting chance. Against High Elves, what I cannot recommend enough, get like 3 Noblar, just 3 standard Noblars in your opening, 3 Pigback Riders in your opening, and then as many Noblar Flingers you can slam into your army as possible. Noblar Flingers are disgustingly efficient against Illyrian Reavers, Lothern Sea Guard, especially the unshielded guys, even best against the Archers. Because they're fairly long range, and they're not the best unit in the world, but there are more important things for those Archers to be shooting than the little Noblar Flingers, and I cannot tell you how many times I've watched Noblar Flingers double their value. Against elf factions specifically, but just in general against other missile factions as a whole. Because 120 range is about as good as a lot of the skirmish cav in the game. It's a little shorter, but not by much. They've got a ton of ammo. They fire pretty quickly every 9 seconds. And 1 damage is 1 damage. It's like Ungor Raiders, but even cheaper. So that's how you can kind of think of these flings. And their leadership is not much worse than just basic Noblars, so it's like, I mean, they may not be doing anything in melee combat, but they don't really need to, and they can always just be bodies underneath your Ogre Bulls. You know, you spread them out in your own backline and just have them poking away like crazy. So you do like this. You have like the Piggyback Knights in reserve or something, I guess. You can go Golg, and you go Bugmans and Deadeye, and that's not bad at all. You bring the Fire Belly, and you just make sure he's trimmed down as much as possible. The Rag Banner is not bad. I mean, it's only 4 leadership, but 4 leadership is 4 leadership for Ogre Kingdoms. It can make a difference for them. Burning Head is nice, but I actually do really think Flamestorm has some teeth against the High Elves in particular. Because this does AP damage. It's actually not bad to use on top of cavalry blobs that might be attacking one of your units. You just like delete a Noblar and just have like this 27-second vortex like rampaging through your opponent's army potentially. It's kind of nice. You can do some big work. Iron Fist Bulls, I don't really think they're that important. I just get a Lead Belcher in here. And go double Nobbler Scrap Launcher, which I really like these. I think Nobbler Scrap Launchers are very underrated, especially against the High Elves. They've got like Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers that are pretty strong against Lead Belchers. The Scrap Launchers can poke from really long range. You can hide the Lead Belchers for a little bit, and build up some back pressure with Blood Vultures. And like a couple Saber Tusk packs. Just a couple Mournfang Cavalry is good enough. You can get another Lead Belcher in the back here if you want to. I really love a Golg's Maneater. But you don't need them against elves. Elves are flimsy enough that you can just overrun them with just like a wave of Ogre Bolt dual weapons. And you can go for like a pretty cheap tidy units, although because you have so much shooting and magic, you don't necessarily need anti-infantry. If you can't clear spearmen and like whatever else might be out on the field with a lead belcher, fire belly, and double scrap launcher, then I really don't know if a bunch more Ogre Bolt dual weapons is going to do it for you. You got another lead belcher in reserve. Just going for some more like Noblars. And then maybe another like Saber Tusk pack and a Blood Vulture. Just basic Ogre Bolt could be enough. You don't need to fight elves in melee. You can really shoot them to bits as the Ogre Kingdoms. And with the extra like magic to like clear the annoying like bodies that are like anti-large stuff, should be able to just like go full range in support to protect that range and just kind of steamroll, really. Saber Tusk packs are really good against Delirium Reaver Cav, by the way. And they have good enough mass that they're also really good at pinning in Silver Helms and even better High Elf Cav. And the High Elf Cav is really not that good if they just run into like lines of Pigback Riders and stuff. You know, like all these Noblars, you know, they're a little vulnerable in this build. I don't think they're vulnerable to the point of really being something that you need to overly worry about, though. Like, the point of Noblars is for them to kind of just die for the most part, and just provide a little bit of buffering for either your shooting, which is what you're going really heavy on here, or for, like, the melee grind if you go for, like, a bunch of bulls. Or, you know, I don't know, Maneaters. Maneater Great Weapons are a really good unit, by the way. And pretty good against elves, too. I've actually had a lot of success with Maneater Iron Fists. Because their stats are crazy solid, like, all the way around. They just don't really have any, like, real weakness. They get a little bit of extra armor, and they've got a small shield, so it's not terrible to have them running around. Especially in, like, mid-game situations, I've actually found them to be kind of a decent unit. The real heavy lifter for anti-infantry is golds, but they're kind of expensive, so if you're getting them, then you're limited to, like, maybe 2 Ogre Bulls for some cap weight. Doesn't have a lot of cap weight in this army. That's one of your weak points. One that the Ogres don't normally have to worry too much about, but it's, like, full value trade focus here. I think can definitely give you some teeth against squishy faction. Wood Elf players versus High Elves. Wood Elves, you definitely probably want to go, like Galju was saying, you want to go the snares. You want to go Glady for snares with Branch Wraith for Melkoths. Double Branch Wraith can work with her. I mean, I think Drycha is probably the way to go. Truthfully. I mean, she's kind of hard to snipe for the High Elves for the most part. Just keep her away from somebody like Tyrion and just have her using Melkoths the whole game. She'll get crazy value. And if your opponent damages her, doesn't finish her off, she gets her ridiculous buffs. She's got a huge AoE buff that like ramps up as she gets damaged. And High Elves do not like fighting units that have good melee attack. And that's exactly what Drycha buffs. So you can get her buffed up with her Fanatical Resolve and just get, like, a bunch of Dryads and, like, Eternal Guard or Wildwood Rangers around her and just rip and tear through every bit of infantry coverage the High Elves might want to throw out. And then your cavalry tends to outtrade the High Elves. Wild Riders are just so fast and ferocious. It's very difficult, even for Silver Helms, to matchup into them. Plus, they got to deal with all the shooting and all the AP spears and a whole bunch of other garbage, so... that's probably your best way of going about it. It's not an easy matchup, though, because High Elves do have a lot of shielded infantry they can throw up, like Lothar and Seaguard and stuff. Which is why I think rush builds for the Wood Elves probably work a little bit better. And trust me when I say Wood Elves can rush people down. They've got the units. They've got the goods. You just got to be careful about getting hit by, like, big burning heads and stuff like that. I haven't watched a ton of Kislev today, and I do really want to see if Dnieper is able to beat Kislev here. Kislev versus Counts is a weird matchup. I'm not 100% sure how to play it properly. I do think going pretty heavy on single entities, though, is the way to work it. Ice Witches on Frostworms, I think, are the best unit you can have. They're just really good anti-large duelists. Super mobile, and they've got enough mass to push in and out of, like, huge blobs. So, probably want to run her. I see the Ice Magic available. So, we are probably going to see a fat Heart of Winter here. Because of the way this map is structured, it's kind of perfect to bring a big spell like that. I mean, undead are kind of slow, so they have a hard time getting out of this to begin with. You can, like, proc some other, like, speed debuffs by, like, using Ice Sheet or something to, like, guarantee them staying locked in place. Death Frost, Ice Sheet, Ice Maiden's Kiss, and Heart of Winter. Big spell kit. Lots of options. Probably only going to use a few of these. Be surprised if Death Frost gets used. Death Frost is an okay Spirit Leech effect. It's not going to be worth it against the undead because they just have too much passive healing. Death Frost would be good for, like, you know, sniping Skaven Lords or something like that. I don't really think it's all that useful in more matchups than not. It's just kind of mediocre. Watchmen in the Night are moving forward. Manfred bounces a freaking cannonball off of his dragon's chest. It's pretty hardcore, man. He has no fear. So he's got Spirit Leech and Fate of Buna, Raise Dead, Invocation of Heck. No Gaze and a Gash is a huge mistake. That spell would absolutely one-shot this poor caster for Kislev. What you do is you use Spirit Leech and then Overcast Gaze, and you'd probably take her down to about a third of her HP. It's really gross how much damage Gaze does. And then you can also use Gaze and a Gash on infantry. It does a lot of damage to them too. Especially like Watchmen in the Night. Or the Ice Guard Glaives. Black Knights are chilling on the point. We got the Incarnate Elemental in the trees, just hiding. One of the bigger monsters that's actually able to hide in forests, which is kind of cool. You can hear it sizzling. I don't think I've ever actually noticed that. Oh, there we go. That's eerie as hell, dude. That would freak me out. Like, if I were just walking around at night and I heard whoosh, like a fiery sizzling noise and I saw no sign of anything like that around me, I'd be bugging. I'd, you know, pants pooped, no white. Incarnate Elemental going after Crypt Ghouls. Camera's going crazy because it loves tall terrain pieces for some reason. So he got a little bit of value, nothing too crazy. Killed 13 models, I guess, which is pretty decent. Got the Dire Pack coming in. Definitely don't want to stay over here with just our big boy. Definitely wants to kind of trundle out of here and maybe go for something else. This is not how you use Heart of Winter. This is just not I've got to harp on this. This is awful, 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 awful spell targeting. Why would you do it there when you can do it here? Like, your opponent is blobbed up all over your single entity. And they've got a bunch of units that are very vulnerable to it as well. I mean, they can, like, peel out of there, sure. But what are you getting done here? Like, these units are all unengaged, so it's very easy to just move them out of the radius. Like, at the very least, this fight over here, there's something to, like, have to move your units around. Like, you either have to completely pull away from the Incarnate Elemental and let it escape, or you get hit by it and get absolutely massacred. Kislev is just chilling. They moved up a little bit, and Ice Guard swords are doing God knows what right now. Oh my god, they're shooting the Konigstein Stalkers, bro. No, 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 no. This does tend to happen when you're a Khorne player. Like, you know, I'm gonna call myself out on this. I had the same problem. You get very, very singularly minded when you play Khorne as your starting faction. And it takes a lot to readjust your playstyle away from just being super aggressive. And knowing when and where you should be taking fights and when you shouldn't be. Like, things are not going abominably for Kislev, but there's been a massive whiff on magic. And the Incarnate Elemental is not being used very optimally here because, yeah, the Mortis Engine is going, but it's not that powerful of a Mortis Engine. If this were like the Mortis Engine on the actual unit, like it did the 16 to 32 damage, also one shot from a freaking breath attack. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, it's a 950 gold unit that got killed immediately. Brother, please. Anyways, if it were a better Mortis Engine, I would say fine, stay engaged over here. Just get your Patriarch over with Solyax to heal that up. Because it's on the weaker end of Mortis Engines, that's just where you want to support with your magic. If you're not going to commit units over there to buffer for the big boy, then you need to do something to punish your opponent value-wise. You just didn't see it here. Kossars are going to get overrun by the Crypt Ghouls. We've got the Dire Pack moving in. A little Grom is shooting zombies for some ungodly reason. Why would you do this to yourself? Probably misclicked, because the Blood Knights are literally right by these guys. I would guess, in the heat of combat, you know, you're like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, what do I do, what do I do, what do I do? And you just click your unit, you click, and you think you've hit the Blood Knights, and you've actually hit the zombies. It's little mistakes like that that can, over the course of a game, compound and lose you a match. I don't think this game is lost for Kislev, but I think the mistakes are really starting to add up and show a very worrying tale. Which probably ends with Kislev getting overwhelmed by the sheer weight of numbers here. They got their Blood Knights with lances into some pretty good engagements, so really not too worried about these guys. They're just like slowly dragging down some Kossite dervishes over here. Here, they're just bullying Kossars. Blood Knights are not, or Blood Knights with lances are not an anti-infantry unit, but they sure as heck are an anti-light infantry unit. Because they just have a disgustingly high charge bonus with good weapon strength. I mean, look, the weapon strength on these guys is no joke. Charging into the front of a unit that has no bracing and no charge reflection is a very easy way to just, like, bully down your opponent's cheap garbage. Manfred has been a nuisance, and he just nukes another unit from orbit. I mean, it's like a freaking Mac cannon. It just point and click, and then it just dies. It's pretty hilarious. Little Grom is trying his little heart out, but the Blood Knights are going to get a really nice, clean surround and engagement against Little Grom, and if they pin him in and it's not moving, it's going to die pretty fast because it's got a lot of armor, but it's got bad melee defense. When you compare that up to the decent melee attack that Blood Knights have. Then you got to factor in the bonus versus the large, which is 22, which is really high. You'd say he's holding up okay, but
One of your units has been
the rest of the Kislev army is in full retreat. The White Kings are full health, which is another big problem. Because I can't tell you enough just how gross White Kings are for this archetype of role. They're dirt cheap, great chaff clear, which is one of the things that these anti-infantry foot characters are usually pretty bad at. Like, they can kill a lot of infantry in melee, but one thing they don't do is pressure back lines and also do big chunks of damage to other portions of the line they are uninvolved with otherwise. White King's ability to do that pushes them over the top into the stratosphere of top-tier foot characters. For 750 gold, you get Scab Scrape. I mean, what the heck else could you possibly need when you've got that in the back pocket? Black Knights, the Lances, and Barding, which are a really fun, good, interesting unit. Just bulldozing some Kossars. I really like Varric's Reavers, actually. They're not a super popular unit, but I've actually had a lot of fun utilizing them. You don't have to have Varric's Reavers, though, to have fun with the Lances and Barding. They just have a really good charge bonus and Strider, so they're just really effective fighting about anywhere. And they can run down a lot more than you would think. I mean, the only drawback to them is that they're slower relative to other heavy cavalry in the game. And they're like maybe 50 gold too expensive for their stat line, but I think that's more just for a balancing thing. Undead have so many other crazy good units. They can't have everything that's good in the game, you know? Yeah, the Winds of Magic can be, or just magic in general can be maybe a little too strong. I mean, it is not nearly as stupid as it was back in Warhammer 1 and 2. In Warhammer 1, Spirit Leech was basically just the best spell in the game because it would just kill everything as efficiently as possible. Like, infantry got shredded by Spirit Leech, monstrous units got shredded by it, single entities did. It took them ages to fix the magic system to where not every spell was just stupidly overpowered against everything. Like, it went from magic being good in all scenarios to magic being good and exceptionally strong in certain scenarios, which I am really thankful for, because magic and abilities in Warhammer 1 were really fucking dumb. It was an abomination to all the gods, both old and new. Nobody wanted to see that, you know? It just had to be worked around, basically. Which is why the land battles scene had so many restrictions. If you go back and watch, like, Turin's old Warhammer 2 content, you'll be like, why are they bringing, like, this, like, set of units? And you can go, like, look at the old fruit rules and be like, wow, okay, this is kind of ridiculous, because they had wild restrictions. You know, they still do. A lot of the lane battles in Conquest communities still has a lot of fruit rule restrictions on summons and single entity numbers and the different unit variants that you're allowed to bring in. Let's get into semis and finals, and then we're probably going to go, because... Oh yeah, they're done. Cool. Oh, it has crashed in the semis, which is unfortunate. But, hey, it happens. Okay. Let me just make sure I'm doing this right. So we've got Empire Tomb Kings, and then Count's Kislev, and those are our semis matches. Yep. Okay. Oh, somebody's having fun. Elemental bears are not even bad against counts, actually. I've actually noticed a trend that counts really struggle against stuff like elemental bears and slaughter brutes, and units that are normally fairly weak because of any kind of shooting. They tend to just stomp vampire counts because there's nothing to punish them adequately. And people just don't game plan for them, so they can come in and really just mess up White Kings. And with a little bit of support, survive, like, any attempts by, like, Manfred or other characters to come in and peel for that. The other nice thing about the Elemental ROR Bear, but he gets a free Heart of Winter. It's locked to a radius around him, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it just procs around him, which is a little awkward, but he's got tons of mass and is, you know, relatively quick. He's usually able to push into the middle of whatever blob he wants to drop that on. Wolf Hearts are moving up to the number 3. You can see it being capped. Yeah, that's a good wheel around and retreat. You don't want the Wolf Hearts to get revealed by Crypt Ghouls right now. Because Manfred will just, like, wander over and just hit them with a Gaze and a Gash, or try to breath attack them or zombie summon on them, and the Crypt Ghouls will try and run them down. So, just being cautious and pulling back is definitely the right and safe way to go about this. Good snare on Manfred. You get him locked down here in the sky, get solid volley. Ooh, he actually dodged. Really clean dodge. What a land from Manfred there. Neeper showing off some micro skills, man. Little maneuvers like that, you know, they don't look like much, but it takes actually a lot more wherewithal than you would expect to be able to just, like, adequately identify what the proper course of action is when you get, like, netted. Sometimes you want to stay up in the sky because your unit will, like, get hit, and then there will be stagger animations that cause follow-up shots to miss. For a bow unit, though, like the Akshinas, landing is the right way to go about it, because you don't get staggered by the bow fire, in my experience. And they're, like, aiming at they're just aiming at the air, and their missile speed is very slow, so they can't correct their shots quite as effectively as gun units can, who can shoot things that are landing pretty easily. There's so many little interactions and variables to take into account. I'm just jazzed that Neeper's showing off something that I don't think I've really noticed him doing before. So Akshinas are just poking down the Crypt Ghouls, trying to help the Kislev Warriors out. I mean, Kislev Warriors are not really suited for fighting something like a Crypt Ghoul. To be honest, I don't really even know if I would want to bring a bunch of Kislevite warriors in the opener against the undead. I actually really think armored Kossars are just a better option, because they've got a pistol. You know, it's not the longest range pistol in the world, but 90 meters is pretty far out, and you can just hit, like, corpse carts on the way in. Or just poke zombies before they make contact, because while that's not, like, ideal, I mean, you poke the zombies before they get in, and then you grind them down a little bit faster is the idea. And use your heavier hitting stuff to, like, really get the value trades going. That is a nice breath attack. Zombies, skeletons getting absolutely pounded by that elemental breath from the bear. 200 value on Big Boy. Where does he want to be right now, man? Honestly, Kislev, I think, is doing themselves a disservice by pushing that high ground point. This is your opponent's, like, one of the two positions with the main meat of their army. Gazing a Gash, by the way. I think it's just a regular cast. Oh, maybe an overcast. Damn, that was a lot of damage. Oh, it was an overcast because Manfred just did damage to himself. Awkward. Anyways, the undead, the way the counts work is they want to get 2 strong points on the field. They don't really play off of 3 objectives all that well. But just because they don't trade well on 3 objectives doesn't mean that they can't just body you on the 2 that they already occupy, because they're going to play very concentrated around those points, just trying to make sure that you can't set up shooting, and they will hound you endlessly in pursuit of that outcome. The best thing you can do if you see your opponent is going for an objective that you want to cap early, and they're, like, committing, you know, lots of bodies, and the corpse carts are going up there, and you don't have ways to, like, kill everything, just leave. Just say, whatever. Rotate. Take your time about it. Don't panic, especially in the early moments of domination games. These are long matches, guys. You've got about 20 minutes on the upper limit of time to get a win. You do not need to rush points in the early opening moments of a game. If you just exercise a little bit of patience and try and take the undead apart in positions where they're a little bit isolated, have a lot of success that way. You can get a lot done. Elemental Bear's doing his thing. Still got Heart of Winter. Still got 2 Elemental Breaths. I just keep him on the middle and just grind it out, man. And just get some freaking cavalry out to start trying to control these outside points. Griffin Legion smacking the hell out of the Black Knights. Yeah, nice little pack trap, and the heavy war sleds are kind of in the mix here. Not really well suited for engaging into Black Knights. The Black Knights are not losing any stats from being in the trees because they have Strider, and the heavy war sleds are losing a lot of melee attack and speed. So they're just kind of stuck here getting tar pitted. Just really not something that they want right now. You can see the Elemental Bear is bullying the White King.
We have a victory point.
Stomping this guy. Absolutely relentless pressure from the Elemental Bear. And Manfred is looking very weak up in the sky. He is not having a good time at all right now. Little Grom is trying to throw down some finishing blows on him, but he lands, drops some nice invo on himself. He's got that life leeching, giving him a little bit of a rebate. Although, Manfred is probably not charging his Infinite Whomb very effectively, because he's really not been on the ground much, and he needs to be in melee for Sword of Unholy Power to proc. He's hit by another little Grom shot. Frozen Heart, trampling some zombies up top here. Also get after these skeleton spears, do some good damage there. Honestly, the Heart of Winter wasn't even needed. Really good positioning from Kislev so far has got them in what looks to be a winning position right now. If they just get after the objectives and don't give the undead a whole bunch of time to like grind their way back into this, they should be fine. Blood Knights are in. They're being annoying. More heavy war sleds out. I actually think the heavy war sleds might be getting Kislev into an awkward and maybe even troublesome position. War sleds don't do great against mass. There's a lot of cavalry coming out for Nieper. He just needs to keep Manfred alive. And Manfred gets hit by another little Grom shot. This little Grom has got a good value already. 1400 is no joke. Griffin Legion are going to go down to the Blood Knights here. They do not outgrind Blood Knights, by the way. I mean, these guys just have way too much, like, melee attack and melee defense. Bonus versus large for this. They got the hunger as well, unless the war sleds and these few wolf hearts can finish them. Probably going to see the Blood Knights be able to peel out and get some work done. War sleds are trying to run over zombies. They have pretty good value right now. Definitely still have a long way to go before they're really paying themselves off, though. And they're quite beat up, so they may need to be pulled back and healed up. There's not a lot of infantry for Kislev either. They keep summoning in mobility. Not all of that mobility is getting the work done that they need, and I think Kislev might be, spreading themselves out too much. They've got a lot of, gold up top here. Fighting really not much. I mean, it's zombies and skeleton spears and a corpse card. That doesn't have an unholy load. This is, hold on. I'm getting too far ahead of myself. There is Kislevite Warriors here, 500 gold. Frozen Heart of Winter, 2,200, I believe. And Heavy War Sleds, 1,450 gold. Almost 4,000 gold is up top here, guys. And this is a zombie, 100 gold. Zombie, 100 gold. Corpse Cart, 300 gold. 500 gold there. Skeleton Spears are 325 each, so I mean, 1,100 gold fighting 4,000. Okay, you're going to win. But Nieper is really grinding back the value in the interim. He's got a lot of things going really well for him right now. With Little Grom is going down. He's about to finish this snipe on the Ice Witch, it looks like. He just needs one Gaze and a Gash or Spirit Leech to finish that kill. Leadership is going to fall apart completely at that point, and there's a fresh Blood Knight coming in. Blood Knights with lances. If they catch a war sled, they'll kill it outright. I think you just ignore the Heart of Winter, honestly. I mean, it's not capping this point, even. With all the damage it's doing, it still can't take control. The Undead look like they might be about to flip this middle point, too. There's Karen Wraiths coming in now. Good counter to Heavy Cav. Oh, the Konigstein Stalkers have been flying under the radar this whole game. Streltsy with 2,400 value, and it might all be for nothing. Okay. I mean, I guess we're going to use it on the zombies. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't rotate down here, try and force a blob fight and use that. Yeah, I think Levis is, I think Levis may have gotten a little too comfortable here. I don't think he's respecting the undead the way they deserve to be. Like, I know they're beat up, but, I mean, they're still, like, pseudo-unbreakable, and... Okay, zombies don't have great cap weight, but they cost 100 gold. You have to get rid of them. I mean, 2 zombies for 200 gold, basically a full infantry unit. I mean, being able to just spam them out onto the field and just, like, force your opponent to pay attention to them, that alone can be really, really frustrating. And throw people for a very uncomfortable loop. Forced out onto a ride that they are not tall enough for. There's also some kind of flimsy units out on the field for Kislev too. They got a lot of Kislevite warriors back out. Damn. Wow, and a draw. So that is the one that got resolved in the Discord. The consensus is that the Counts were about to win this game, which I fully agree with. They've got, like, everything they need out on the field right now to be able to wear out Kislev. It would be a very long process, but Manfred is alive. He's got room on his healing cap. He's got infinite WOM as long as he picks his fights correctly. And there's just not much in the way of cap weight for Kislev. That's going to be, like, sturdily holding on to the points, and the Undead, man, are just going to, like, come out and swarm them down in the late game. Great opener. I just feel like the Frozen Heart of Winter, I mean, it got 401 kills and 1,100 value. The second it moved off the middle point, I think, is where the mistake was made. It just needed to stay on that middle point, support whatever was there. Heart of Winter in a big blob fight, which was gonna inevitably happen. I mean, it's just the way counts work. They're gonna try and avoid it as much as possible, but they benefit from blobs more than most people. You'd have gotten a good Heart of Winter off staying patient on that middle point. Moving away from it, I think bringing Little Grom was just not a great idea. I love Little Grom. It's a great artillery piece, not good in every matchup. And I don't think heavy war sleds are the way to go against the Undead, either. Honestly, I'd just get more infantry, another Griffin Legion, and get rid of the Mordheim Beowulfs, maybe. They're a cool unit. They've got that mitigate 100% healing factor mitigation, which is cool, but kind of hard to utilize them to benefit from that when your opponent's like magic and passive healing is just everywhere. And there's also some pretty good answers that the counts have to the Beowulfs anyways, right? Alright, is this our other... Yeah, it is our other... Wow, well, congrats on getting to the semis, man. After being away for a little while. Huge. Great job, man. See how you do against Vernies, though. Vernies just an amazing Empire player. And, you know, Empire is pretty beginner-friendly, actually. I've really come around on it. I used to say Empire is a very unfriendly beginner faction. I've actually come back around on that, and I do think that they're a great starting point for people because they've got just really strong core units to familiarize yourself with, and they've got like all the different unit archetypes if you really look at it, except for like truly elite infantry. That's like the one archetype Empire does not have. But, you know, you learn how to play with cheap, low leadership infantry or, like, line holders. Learn how to use Hochland long rifle type units, you know, like Jezzails and blah, blah, blah. Anything with, like, 200-something meter range with piercing missiles. You got all the different magics, pretty much. Not every single one, but, you know, like, access to a majority of the magic in the game, and all of the fairly common ones as well that are really strong, like fire magic with Burning Head, and Firestorm, or Cascading Fire Cloak, or whatever you want to bring on it. Shadow magic, life magic, I think you get high magic. I know you get beast magic. Oof, Pistolier's getting shot to death, dude. You gotta be really careful of engaging your, skirmishers as the Empire into the Tomb Kings because of how badly you get outranged. 140 meters to 80. It's rough. I would not have sent those Pistoliers forward because they're so badly outnumbered. Sometimes you just have to content yourself with the fact that you're not going to get caps before your opponent. Because if you try to go for them too quickly, you know, you get these 500 gold units shot up bad, man. I mean, they lost half their HP, both of them. Ooh, a Purple Sun Azirius on Hochlands actually does decent damage. Now, the problem is that it doesn't kill any real models. I mean, you get 2 model kills out of that Purple Sun. Half the HP in a Hochland is nice, but not like an overwhelming advantage by any means. That summoned skeleton is mucking up the works. Narkin's running back into the trees to hide for a bit. Definitely the right call. Outriders in now for Vernies. And yeah, the skeleton spears just trundling in, and they're gonna chill on the point. Now, what Empire wants to do here, yeah, is get big burning heads and delay the frontline fight. They don't want to actually attack the undead infantry. The reason that you don't want to attack the undead is you have better cap weight, and their units will last longer than yours in the head-to-head. Like, your guys will slowly get taken down by drips and drabs. You'll lose more effective cap weight than your opponent, because these guys are already garbage at capping stuff anyways, while your guys are actually pretty decent at it. You just want a burning head and delay frontline fights, because you want to cap points and then deny damage to your opponent. Dude, the bow cavalry are vicious this game. Oh my god, Welsh. Your micro on that bow cav is really clean. And look at Boris, dude. I mean, he's getting pounded a little bit. I think it's time to swap off of him, personally. You want to get rid of these pistoliers over here. Brilliant, brilliant swaps. Welsh immediately getting his bow cavalry onto the point to save the cap. Shooting up those pistoliers, getting them into the bone zone. Ooh, Hammer of the Witches. Super cool. The sepulchral stalkers get thumped here. There's a lot of HP. They do go back into stealth, though. Another really nice burning head. Is it gonna get... Oh, cleanly down the lines of just one of those units. I thought it was gonna hit both for a second. Wibble wobbles its way out of there eventually. Another brilliant purple Son of Xerius. This one doing a lot better than the last. Still not, like, ideal, though. Is Ark in the play against Empire? Watching this, I'm thinking no. Probably Kotep would be better. Kotep with his Sandstorms and Usirian's Incantation, probably going to be a little bit more effective. You could run maybe Horse Cetra as well. I don't think you want Cetra on a big War Sphinx against Empire. They've got cheap enough cav to be able to stop him. On top of the fact that Hawklands in general just do really good damage to, like, big single entities. Yeah, I was about to say, you know, we saw Carrion for Tomb Kings earlier, where I was really kind of talking them down. I think against Empire, though, this is a matchup where Carrion can shine, because there's very vulnerable missile units that can be jumped on by these things. And yeah, they've got, like, piss-poor melee attack. And it's not like they have an overwhelming amount against the 20 melee defense of the Hawklands. But here's the thing, the Hawklands only have 32 models to the Carrion's 24, so this is an instance where the Carrion are actually going to be able to spread their damage out pretty effectively. And you can see them really ripping into these Hawklands right now, doing some great work. But Boris gets in. He's doing some big damage. You got the Free Company Militia focus firing. Volley fire, gentlemen. Help your boys out. They're able to bring the Carrion out down pretty quickly. Like disintegrate in record time, even. Ooh, Necrotect is a little trapped up on spears, and ooh, the Burning Headcaster is actually in here, trying to stop him from escaping too. Boris lands. Necrotect takes a big punch right to the dome. He's looking very, very weak right now. Potentially going to crumble out. Boris is going to get up in the air because he just got debuffed, and he needs to refresh the charge bonus because of that. Blinded effect wears off, and he's going to be able to land in. Chosen of the Gods only have 1100 value. What have they been shooting, man? Oh, God, no. This is a very easy mistake to make. I know you want to get rid of some of this infantry, but, I mean, really, they're just... Infantry are not a great target for Chosen of the Gods. And I think they've also been left on fire at will. You can tell me if I'm wrong, please, but if they've been shooting infantry, it's a huge waste of time. Chosen of the Gods are one of the best uptrade tools in the game, and by far the best unit for the Tomb Kings. These like airburst missiles that they fire also have shield breakers, so cavalry is really where you want to be focusing your fire with the Chosen of the Gods in this matchup. Any amount of time spent shooting infantry is a huge waste. None of it is expensive enough to justify the cost. I think the Sepulchral Stalkers have been a weaker point in the build. They're just so short range, and the Empire has a lot of ranged pieces that can poke them, so yeah, they have stalk, and that's nice, but if they're not deep set in your formation and protected from Hawklands, I think it's a bit of a bad idea to bring them in. Is when your opponent's shooting is on the field. Get the catapults in first. Catapults in first. Use your superior skirmishers to try and control 2 points. Trot all your garbage infantry up onto another objective and just like either force a fight out of your opponent's stuff while you just pull back and preserve all your shooting for the late game. Something along those lines, because I think the summon's priority has kind of been mismanaged, and that's why you're struggling so hard, Welsh. If you just went the catapults earlier to clear out some of the numbers, and then, now that you see there's more Empire Knights on the field, now is the time to get the Stalkers in so they can protect the catapults. Skeleton Horsemen on the way in. They're going to get crushed in a head-to-head fight against Knights of the Blazing Sun and Empire Knights, but maybe they can do something to get this crew saved. I really don't think it's going to be possible. A lot of them get tossed away from the epicenter of the fighting, though, which is nice. Just need to drop the pieces and run, though, which they're not really doing. Also, Hammer of the Witches did go offline, which is nice, but Hawklands with 1,300 value and 2,500 value, probably from farming the Sepulchral Stalkers. That other Sepulchral Stalker got just blasted out of existence. This one's looking like it won't be too far behind. Couple good shots on Boris, but he's fine. He's fine. He'll just heal. Figure out what to do after that. And yeah, GG. Very clean win from Vernies. Excellently done. It was a great opening with your skirmishers, Welsh, but I think you got antsy and moved in too soon. And the Chosen of the Gods don't need to be used for infantry ever, ever, ever if you have catapults. And they really should, like I said, just focus on getting rid of grenade launchers, Knights of the Blazing Sun, Empire Knights, things like that. Your Oshopti summon was used very well. That's what killed the Hammer of the Witches, unless I'm completely misremembering. I'm pretty sure I saw it being used in the back line. They were on fire at will. Just take them off fire at will. They're not to be trusted. Their ammunition is like... they've got a decent pool of ammo, but it's limited enough that if they're not shooting proper targets for a majority of their shots, they can end up not being as impactful as needed. I'm just a huge believer in focusing your own micro to like the absolute peak that it can be, which means taking most of your units off fire at will and making sure everything is in some kind of control group that you can at the very least give orders to all of your most highly valuable units. Like if you don't want to put state troopers in a control group, then fine, don't even worry about it, because you can just click them one at a time into vaguely decent positions for how cheap they are to hold points and do whatever. But getting all your missiles into one control group so they can focus fire and just delete things is definitely a pretty awesome experience. A bit of a gambit from Neeper, going for Crypt Ghouls on one of the objectives early against the Empire. It's, you know, you gotta be careful. You really gotta be careful because of grenade launchers. And this is a really sneaky, smart call from Vernies. I don't know if he knew that this is Neeper's, like, traditional, like, method to go for these, like, very early, Crypt Ghoul caps. Or if he's just, you know, guessing, and it's just a very fortunate call-out, but either way, you get a massive amount of early value on one of the few units on the field that's like a genuine, good clear tool for the state troopers that are on the field. Crypt Ghouls do a lot of damage in melee. They've got really good weapon strength. Their melee attack and melee defense are a little low, but state troopers are really quite pathetic, so... the spears can be a little irritating, but the weapon strength is big enough, and you're not that far behind the melee defense of these guys that you can't hit them, so... I don't know. I prefer to see them versus not seeing them. Maybe the Crypt Ghouls need to be in reserve, though. Got some Black Knights on the way out. Yeah, this sucks, because it's 2 Crypt Ghouls that are getting worn down here very, very early.
The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
Grenade launchers shooting some zombies. I mean, you gotta clear them eventually. And grenade launchers, they do enough damage that you're not too pressed for them using some of their limited ammo to shoot them down. Got him down to about half HP. Probably want to hit these other skeleton units. Like the skeleton spears that are out here need to be hammered. I think Neeper is about to run into the same thing that we saw earlier when Vernies was scrapping against the undead. I don't think he recognizes that this is a build-up scenario. He wants to face-check a Mantide build, which he has no way in against, while losing a mobility engagement out here with the Fellbats and the Black Knights. There's too much protection for all this stuff. Really, all you want to do here, you just waddle your White Kings in. Like, there's nothing to punish these White Kings. Not a soul in this entire army can stop the White Kings from just getting into combat and dropping Scab Scrape on the frontline units. You're not going to cap a point doing that, but you're not taking any damage either. And if you can slip the White Kings around the edges of these infantry units and find a way to get on Marcus Wolfheart, they can kill them real quick. And then once the White Kings are in and your opponent's kind of getting a little unsettled maybe, that's when you can think about bringing forward the units that can penetrate into the backline and sweep up all these archers. Because just waddling forward and trying to outlast all the damage is not going to happen. I mean, there's just too much firepower. At a certain point, it gets to be that even, like, very mediocre and not so strong missiles will just blast you down just through, like, sheer weight of fire. I mean, it's the reason Ungor Raiders work and Skaven Slave Slings are brought and all of those. And that's kind of how you can think about the Archers and the Huntsmen. They're just like a slightly upgraded version of all those units. They're really not that effective unless they get to fire all game. And really, the Empire is one of the weakest factions against build-up. Because their units have to play very tightly in concert with one another. So if you're able to just get the White Kings in, just to cause mayhem in the front line and start, like, chipping away at units' HP and fighting very safely together, maybe like the odd zombie summon or like punish tool from Manfred. You just build up all your Black Knights, Blood Knights, Dire Pack, Dire Wolves, Fellbats, and you just go for a full push with every one of those units at once, and you will eventually overwhelm the Empire, because they will run out of units to roadblock you with, and then in the 1v1s, eventually you're going to find an advantage somewhere. You'll break through, and then you can just summon out, you know, whatever dregs you have from your reserves to try and make a full breakthrough. The skeleton spears are dragging down this flagellant unit. It's kind of funny. Flagellants are actually pretty decent to bring on a regular basis against counts. Not for their value trading, but just because they're unbreakable. And they can end up occupying a unit that might otherwise want to, like, go elsewhere and do things for freaking ages, as there's just, like, 1 or 2 guys just, like, blobbed up in there and just, you know, being irritating. Cryptors get netted, Manfred gets netted, and it's probably going to be the end. Although it wears off pretty quickly. I guess I missed the peak of it. It doesn't last terribly long. 11 seconds isn't that bad of a snare. Oftentimes can be enough to really hamper your opponent, though. Cryptors are in. There's a lot of archers, though. A lot of archers are blobbed up, though. And you can see some direwolves are actually routing a lot of these guys off. Again, you know, maybe with the build-up strategy, Nieper would have a little bit more coverage on the front line so that there's less to, like, come in and intercept these now. Another problem is these pistoliers and the grenade launchers. Last game, we saw them get hammered pretty early. And they didn't really end up doing much of anything. The grenade launchers did, but the pistoliers very much did not. But here, they're just, you know, cap weight. Taking the #1 objective, protecting the Outriders, riding around, being irritating. Really is all they've been up to, and it's been damn nice for the Empire. They've been able to secure the #1. They're holding on to the #3, and they're probably going to be able to retake the #2. They've got some bodies up here for sure. Burning Head coming down. That's going to hurt. The zombies and the skeleton getting absolutely roasted here. Losing a lot of coverage. White Kings are very healthy, but they're not going to carry this game. One of them is also not actually fighting in combat right now. They've used the Scab Scrates. I just don't think they've been used to hammer the Archer Corps. They just double Scab Scrape all the archers that are, like, blobbed up on one another, and you'll one-shot those units. Because it just does a disgusting amount of damage. They're going to unblob now, so the opportunity has kind of been lost. Crypt Horrors are continuing to fight. 633 value, considering how deep set they are in the Empire's own deployment zone, is actually pretty nice. Silver Bullets with another big performance, man. Verney is doing a great job with these missile units. Letting up, not at all. I mean, just full bore, trying to press down the vampire counts. And actually making it work, man. Honestly, Manfred has not looked very good in any of the games I've seen him in today. For how much he costs, I mean, he costs like 3,400 with all this stuff. You could bring somebody like half the cost of Manfred and get the same performance, essentially. Again, I think the dragon characters are just a little risky against the Empire when really what you need is magic support. So going for a Hellsteed caster and just trying to utilize your zombie summons to muck up the archers and a whole bunch of other stuff like that, I think would be way more effective. And again, truth be told, Master Necromancer is probably the best sword that you can bring, because he's got a bound zombie summon, he's got the zombie summon spell, and he's got a scroll of cooldown that lowers cooldowns. Scroll of power or whatever it is, I can't remember what it's called. Anyways, you use your bound zombie summon, you use the spell summon, and then you use the scroll to refresh your abilities. which then gives you another summonable zombie. So you can lock down 3 ranged units instantaneously with that guy. He's pretty flimsy, but on the Hellsteed that he has, he's crazy fast. So Boris, Karl Franz, not going to catch him as long as you're paying attention. And then somebody like Marcus Wolfhard is just not really going to find quite the same value netting the Master Necromancer as he would against Manfred. I just feel like the zombie summons are a much more effective deterrent and strategy for putting your opponent's like formation into disorder than anything else you can run for the counts. Like the White Kings are awesome, but I mean they've done really well this game, and they just have not been able to secure this one for the counts. And Manfred, what are you doing? What is going on with your arm, buddy? What the hell is happening here? Oh, he's got it like tucked in. Okay, I thought he was like. He was jorking it or something. I was about to say, Manfred, you need to go talk with our Lord and Savior Slanesh about those problems, man. I never realized how jacked Manfred is. He really is muscular as hell. Look at them shoulders, bro. Oh, you can see inside the armor too? Oh yeah, look at that. He's eating that, he's got that, Sylvanian peasant protein in his body. He's hitting the weight racks like crazy, man. Too bad he can't carry a big enough backpack with him to get the dub here. Well fought by Nieper. I think, again, he just panicked. People see those big Empire builds with 1,000,000 units and think that they need to attack them immediately, when that's the exact opposite of what they need to do. You pull back, you gauge where your opponent is and isn't responding to your positioning. Let them build their cavalry up, whatever. The goal for you is to get all your Cairn Wraiths up, Black Knights out, Cryptars out, then get the Vargeist, Fellbats, and Dire Pack and just rush them. Just rush them at that point. Eventually you're going to break through somewhere, like I said. I don't know if you even need corpse carts against the Empire. Like, basic corpse carts with the buff are, like, cheesy and kind of, you know, cheap to just throw out there, but, they're okay. I think they might be a little bit more lackluster in that matchup than in others, just because they're not really going to be easy to position for like big fights in the front line, because the battle lines are so big, and there's going to be a lot of mobility from the Empire. Honestly, if you really want my 2 cents, the thing that you do, instead of getting any corpse carts, cut that, get another Crypt Ghoul, use the Crypt Ghouls to, like, fish for a flank overload backed up by the Cairn Wraiths and the, Direwolves and the Fellbats. Your opponent won't be expecting a whole bunch of Crypt Ghouls underneath all that. You can probably sneak them even farther around the outside, get into your opponent's rear lines, and start causing just absolute mayhem and havoc. And then you can use the Vargeist and the Cryptars to kind of, like, meet the Crypt Ghouls in the middle. And wear out any cavalry the Cairn Wraiths can't handle. Because the Cairn Wraiths can come in and start covering for the Crypt Ghouls. Because Knights will be the best thing to clear out Crypt Ghouls. You just pull the Crypt Ghouls back as the Knights are, like, closing ground, and then bring the Cairn Wraiths forward to kind of hammer into the Knights. Because Cairn Wraiths wreck cavalry. They're so good against Empire Knights and Knights of the Blazing Sun especially. Alright, we've gone way longer than I thought. So I'm going to end stream here. Since it's going to be a little bit less brutal weather-wise, I'm going to see what I can do about getting some more, some time in, playing in tournaments and streaming. You know, I keep promising, but I keep having stuff to do with, you know, the move that is coming up for me in a couple weeks, and a whole bunch of other stuff, just life things, you know. There's always something in the way. But maybe when I'm in my new place and a little more settled, I'll be able to find a little bit more easy free time to be able to do some stuff. So just stay tuned. I'll be here for Saturdays as always. Whatever other time I can carve out for streaming is, you know, just gonna be a little bit of gravy. Don't look at the fire. Look, forgetting about your caster is fine. Honestly, magic in a late game situation is sometimes better than magic at the beginning. Hot take. Anyways, that's gonna be it for me, guys. Hope you enjoyed this stream. I will see you soon. Either Saturday or sometime during the week. Take care, guys. Stay safe. Especially here in the US, it's July 4th, and everything is about as bad as it can be, so rest assured, all the drunk white trash are going to be out in force, being an absolute menace to society. I assure you. So, you know, just look out for the people around you, and, you know, or try not to get caught up in some shenanigans.